Dr. Tang, you've arrived. The passing nurses all greeted her with a nod. Yes, I have. Tang Yusin adjusted her glasses. Underneath the clear lenses, her eyes were black and soulless. She smiled, faint lines appearing at the corners of her eyes. Dr. Tang seems to have aged a lot, hasn't she? A nurse cautiously remarked. Indeed, another nurse kept her voice low. Between us, don't spread this around, but Dr. Tang has divorced. Her husband had an affair with her younger sister and was caught in the act by Dr. Tang. She has been cuckolded, and now she's like a matcha. Really? That's terrible for Dr. Tang. She worked so hard, even sent that man abroad for studies, and look what happened. That's men for you, always fond of beauty, of something new. No man would like a homely woman like Dr. Tang who works all day like a nun. She's only 33 but looks like a woman in her 40s. The two were whispering about Dr. Tang, unaware that the woman they were discussing was not far from them, holding a glass of water. She placed a hand on her ear, tucked her hair behind it, revealing her not-so-young skin. Divorced in midlife, childless, life had been frustrating and pathetic for Tang Yusin. She turned around with the glass in her hand. She had only taken a few steps when she saw a man walking towards her, leaning on the wall for support. He stumbled, almost falling, shook his neat short hair and tried to take another step, but his body lurched forward, about to fall. But he didn't feel the anticipated pain of falling. He opened his eyes to see a female doctor supporting him with her shoulder. Mr. Gu, are you all right? He wanted to speak, but the dryness in his throat just made his lips quiver. He then lost consciousness, the last memory being the reflection of his emaciated likeness in the doctor's eyes. He looked like a ghost, barely alive. Tang Yusin rubbed her shoulder and turned back to the single room assigned to high-ranking officials. She wasn't responsible for this room. It had a dedicated doctor. The man was one of their most special patients. It was a pity. Even a high status didn't save him from his disease. She put her hand on her arm, as if driven by some spirit, yet unsure why. As habituated, she tucked the loose hair at her temple behind her ear. In her hand was Mr. Gu's file. Gu Ning, 38 years old, divorced, his ex-wife, Zhang Xiaomei. Zhang Xiaomei, a name Tang Yusin was familiar with. Together they grew up in the same village, but Zhang Xiaomei was the golden phoenix who had made it big. She married into wealth, coddled by her high-ranking husband who even donated his kidney when she fell ill. But a few years later, Mr. Gu fell ill, and Zhang Xiaomei divorced him. Tang Yusin didn't know who was less empathetic in the world, men or women. Closing the wardrobe, she put on her clothes, ready to go home. But the word home was like a cruel joke to her. Could the place she was going back to still be considered a home? She reached the front door of the house, took out a key from her bag, but after trying for a while, the key wouldn't even fit the keyhole. With a clink, she threw the key into a trash can nearby, and then just stood there waiting. She didn't know how long she had been standing. Her legs were so numb. Only after a while did she faintly hear footstep sounds from behind. Why are you here? A middle-aged woman hurried up to Tang Yusin as soon as she saw her and clutched her arm. Who let you come here? This is my house. Tang Yusin stared at the middle-aged woman in front of her. Her red lips always held a bit of mockery. Mom, do I have to report to you when I come back to my own house? You and Yong'an are divorced. The middle-aged woman's voice was shrill. Your sister is now pregnant. Stop stirring trouble for her. Oh, Tang Yusin played with her fingers. There was a deep mark on one of them from a ring. She poured half her life into that ring, but now it's unrecognizable. I've been divorced from Zhang Yong'an for less than a month, and she's pregnant. Mom, your daughter is as fast as you. Suddenly, with a slap, she turned her face. There was a burning pain on her cheek. She touched her face, which was becoming numb. Tang Yusin, if you dare touch a hair on Jianni's head, I will not let you off. It was a threat, a mother's threat to her own daughter. Tang Yusin's heart was cold. That was her mom, her biological mother. She deserved it. Yes, she deserved it. She trusted her mother too much, but her mother used her whole life. She was too trusting of people, or more precisely, these so-called family members. And she trusted a man too much. Did Tang Yusin even have a family? She turned and left step by step. The night wind brought a chill as if it were early winter, but it was only just the beginning of autumn. The autumn wind swept up a land full of fallen leaves, carrying some desolation of the night. She, however, had nowhere to go. She had lost her husband and her house. She lifted her head and took a deep breath of the cold air. Suddenly, she stopped, took out a cell phone from her bag, and held it for a long time, but never made a call. She wanted to say, "Dad, I'm sorry." But she had no face to say so. Cold wind kept pouring into her neck from all directions, making her involuntarily shudder. Her squinted eyes were stung by the headlights of a car coming from the front. She quickly moved to one side, but the car with its bright light came rushing towards her like a rocket. Before she could even react, the car had already hit her. She lay on the ground, her face touching the cold surface. Then, she opened her eyes, which seemed like bottomless black holes, and for the first time, she saw the moths under the street lamp. The moths were swarming towards the light, time after time, just like her. "Mr. Gu, here it is." The door of the hospital room opened. A doctor hurriedly let Gu Ning come in, and at that moment, Gu Ning's face was so pale that he seemed like a bloodless ghost. One of his arms was being gripped by his other hand, visibly swollen. He walked in, only to see a woman lying on the hospital bed, her entire body covered in blood. How did this happen? Mr. Gu. Tang Yusin opened her eyes, uttering almost silently. Stretching out her hand, her eyes, dark as abyss, seemed blind to the world. She knew she was dying. As a doctor, she understood that her skull had been shattered and surgery was pointless. She had lived a tiring life and didn't want to hang on anymore. Even if she did survive the surgery, she would end up half dead, only burdening the man who truly loved her. Her hand was held. This hand was clean, warm, and she could feel its calluses, many and hard. She thought any woman held by this man must be very fortunate. And she felt it. Mr. Gu. Knowing her time was running out, she had some things to say. Just as Gu Ning was about to speak, Tang Yusin squeezed his fingers, using her last remaining strength. "I know I'm going. There's no need to save me," she didn't cry. Perhaps many people fear death, but she felt a kind of relief. 33 years was enough. "Mr. Gu." After trying hard for a while, she finally spoke, coughing up some blood from the corner of her mouth as if her life was fading away. "After I'm gone," she said in between coughs, the air entering her lungs reducing, "give my kidney, both of them, to you. I've checked we're a match." Her pupils started to dilate, but she still pressed on. If she didn't say it now, she might never have another chance. "You'll find a better woman to accompany you throughout your life. I have money in my account, and the driver owes me compensation. That's the value of my life. Please give all that money to my father and tell him, I'm sorry." Opening her eyes once more, her vision blurred, barely able to see anything. The only recognizable thing was the scar at the corner of Gu Ning's eyes, faintly visible. "I remember the first time I saw you. There was no scar near your eyes, only on your arm, bitten by a beast," she continued to speak, even though she couldn't see anything anymore. Her pupils kept dilating and her life force vanished with the weakening sound of her voice. "Back then, you just lay there, like you were dead. I used my only handkerchief to bandage your wound and told you many stories until they found you. The next time we met, you were ill. Mr. Gu, do you think I'll go to heaven?" Her fingers tightened once more. A large hand rested on her forehead. It seemed like she could hear heavenly music, the most beautiful she had ever heard in her life. She thought she could go to heaven. Although she was clumsy, although she was foolish, although she had lived a pathetic life. Suddenly, with a beep, her heart flatlined on the monitor. At the age of 33, she passed away, and the one who bid her farewell was Gu Ning, a man she had no relations with. In accordance with her dying wish, her kidneys were removed. Sadly, One was damaged in the accident. The other was given to Gu Ning. Gu Ning organized her funeral, his face expressionless as he stared at the photo on the tombstone, the black and white image capturing her everlasting smile, and the old man huddling against the gravestone with his white hair bristling. A gust of wind suddenly blew across the sky, stirring the leaves on the ground to dance in the air. In the early light, at sunset, within life, outside life, souls yearn. The remnants of the sunset dyed half the sky scarlet, then faded into crimson. Tang Yusin was awakened by a burst of quarreling. She blankly opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling above her head, where the plaster had peeled off. This was a long, distant memory, so distant that she had almost forgotten when it happened. The only time she'd seen the walls at home peel like this was in her first home, her father's house. She hadn't returned since she left. She'd forgotten much, lost many memories over time. But she hadn't forgotten the ceiling, stripped of its plaster, nor the rusty ceiling fan above it, which was covered in a layer of dust. Tang Jinyan, let me tell you, why should I give you my daughter? A woman shouted angrily, shaking the whole house, causing another piece of tattered plaster to fall from the wall. Tang Jinyan, I'll definitely take Xinxin. You're a grown man who can't even feed himself. How can you raise a daughter? I can't, the honest farmer squatting there responded, his eyes red, his face drawn, and a thick layer of bluish-gray under his eyes. I can't give you Xinxin. I have nothing left, only her. It's not up to you, the woman sneered. She's my daughter, and she's always loved me. Let's leave it to her. When she wakes up, ask her who she wants to live with. The man said nothing, but he could be heard choking on his words. But no tears fell, perhaps he swallowed them all. Tang Yusin listened to the incessant quarreling outside. She stared blankly at the ceiling for what felt like forever, until she closed her eyes again, not knowing whether she was sleepy or dead. When she opened her eyes again, the sunlight filtering in through the broken glass was warm. She died in autumn, an autumn chillier than winter, an autumn icier than winter, and yet, it now felt like spring. Yusin, come eat. A man walked in, a simple-looking young man bearing a bowl. His clothes were washed to a pale color, his skin tanned and dark. His big hands, like palm leaf fans, held a small bowl. The man smiled, a foolish yet affectionate smile. He placed the bowl in front of Tang Yusin and playfully ruffled her hair with his big hand. Finish your food first, and then Dad will take you fishing, okay? Tang Yusin stared at the man for a long time. She instinctively reached out, but her hands were pitifully small. She stared at her own hands for quite a while, but didn't move. What is it you don't want to eat? The man asked, brushing the top of his daughter's head again. You tell me, what do you want to eat? Dad can cook it for you. Oh, don't we still have eggs at home? My dear Yusin, do you want to eat steamed eggs? Your dad will make them for you. The man quickly finished what he was saying, set down his bowl, and hurried to the kitchen to make a steamed egg for his daughter. As he left, Tang Yusin reached out and gazed down at her own hands. They were tiny, with short, slender fingers like miniature chicken feet. Her skin was as soft as cotton. Biting her finger, she carefully climbed down from the bed and went in search of a mirror, according to fragments of memory she had. The rural home they lived in was self-built. The only mirror was a large one embedded above the wardrobe. She ran to the mirror but was not even half its height yet. The 3-year-old child reflected in the mirror was her. Big eyes, small face, and hair tinged with a dry yellow hue. Her hand reached to touch her face and, simultaneously, the child in the mirror did the same. Then, she pressed her face against the mirror. Had she returned? Was she back home? Xinxin, unable to find his daughter inside the house, Tang Xinyan was panicked. Where did the child go? Could she have wandered to the toilet on her own? Xinxin, putting down the bowl in his hand, he was preparing to search for his daughter when he turned around and saw Tang Yusin standing in front of the mirror. Both her tiny hands clung to the mirror, standing there barefoot, her feet stark against the floor, neither socks nor shoes on. Why aren't you wearing your shoes? Walking over, Tang Xinyan gently picked her up and placed her on a chair. He then wiped her small feet with his hand. His rugged face bore an unwavering expression of love for his little girl. Tang Jinyan was a big, strong man with a kind and honest demeanor. His biggest pride in life was his daughter, Tang Yusin. Seeing how fragile and endearing she was, he was certain she would grow up to be a beautiful young woman. "Daddy will get the egg for you," he teased, touching her cheek before standing up to go to the kitchen. Little did he know, as he turned away, Tang Yusin's typically cheerful eyes turned dark, devoid of any light. Suddenly, 2 big tears squeezed out of her eyes. She quickly wiped her face clean with her sleeve and reached down to touch her soft and tender toes. A 3-year-old child. Yes, that's it, a 3-year-old child. Not long after, Tang Xinyan returned, looking much younger than he would be in 30 years. His back was straight, his waist unwrinkled, and his hair was black. He labored in the fields to support his family. There was nothing wrong with earning a living by the sweat of one's brow. He squatted down, took the spoon, and began to feed his daughter. Tang Yusin ate her food bit by bit, without being as fussy as she used to be. She remembered how picky she was as a child, rejecting this and that dish, yet her father always pampered her, preparing all kinds of delicious food for her. Yet, ever since her parents divorced, she ended up living with her mother, Sing Jilan, and she had to correct all her spoiled tendencies because of her younger yet more spoiled stepsister, Wei Jiani. Every good thing, be it food or clothing, always went to Wei Jiani first, and she ended up wearing Wei Jiani's cast-offs. If she was the princess before going to the Wei family, then it could be better said that she was truly a princess when she had a father. For her, there are too many unreliable people and things in this world. Even her biological mother planned her entire life, leaving her to wonder whom she could rely on or trust. Therefore, after her divorce, she lived alone. At that point, she realized that the one who loved her most in the world was not her mother, but her father, whom she had always despised for being ugly, poor, stupid, and incompetent. A dad is a real dad, but a mother might belong to someone else. My little Xinshin is behaving so well today. Tang Xinyan gently pinched his daughter's small face. His rough fingers brought a touch of sincerity. Tang Yusin cracked a smile. Her wrinkled eyes looked incredibly beautiful as she forcefully swallowed the tears that were threatening to fall. She wouldn't cry. Yes, she wouldn't cry. Now that she's seen her dad, she will fulfill in this life the filial piety she couldn't fulfill in her past life. The mistakes she made in this life, she would make up for in this life. The people she feels guilty towards, she'll repay herself. Tang Xinyan was pleased. His daughter was exceptionally obedient today, and she wasn't picky about food anymore. She finished a whole bowl of eggs. Previously, she rejected so many things. She wouldn't eat eggs that were too soft or too firm. She wouldn't eat without soy sauce. She wouldn't eat anything that was broken. Today's carefully steamed eggs were still somewhat broken, but thankfully, she didn't complain and ate them all. Only after Tang Xinyan wiped his daughter's little feet clean with his own sleeves could he manage to find her shoes to help her put on. Although he, Tang Xinyan, had little to his name and was buried in the busy farm work from dawn till dusk with little hope of providing his daughter with a comfortable life, he gave everything he had to raise her. Other children wore homemade clothes, sometimes with patches. It was a common sight in these austere times. However, Tang Xinyan never let his daughter wear patched clothes. He bought her clothes from the town, saving food from his own mouth to provide for his daughter. No matter how hard life got, even if he had to go hungry, he would never allow his daughter to suffer. Regardless of others favoring sons over daughters, his love for his little Yusin was unquestionable. Even her name was given by the village's primary school principal. When Tang Xinyan reached out to carry his daughter, Tang Yusin gently shook off his big hand. "Dad, Xinshin can walk by herself." No matter what, she was an adult. Inside, she was a 30-something-year-old soul with the life experience of 3 decades. She couldn't possibly let her father carry her, although she was currently very young indeed. "All right," Tang Xinyan chuckled, ruffling his daughter's head. "Has my Xinshin grown taller?" Tang Yusin started to follow her dad, taking small short steps behind Tang Xinyan. Her legs were too short, her steps too small, but Tang Xinyan always matched her pace, fearing she might fall. When they got outside, Tang Yusin squinted her eyes against sunlight, shielding them with her small hand. The warm light fell like raindrops on her face and her onion-like petite fingertips. She hadn't left her father yet, nor had she left home. Was everything about to begin anew? Outside the village, there was a large river. In the early days, people used to draw water for drinking from this river. The water was clear and there were fish in the river. The adults in the village liked to catch fish in the river, and the children, having grown up by the river, were excellent swimmers. Tang Xinyan was no exception. In terms of swimming, Tang Xinyan was the best in the village. He would dive in, hold his breath for a while, and when he emerged, he would have already caught a big grass carp over a foot long. The small grass carps caught were placed in a bucket. Tang Yusin sat on a rock, looking at her small bucket, breathing in the fresh air of the country. The air had the smell of earth and a hint of water's freshness. This was life in the 1980s. The simplicity of village life, its poverty, but also the honest living, where everyone minded their own business. Although life wasn't perfect, a harmonious family life made it blissful. She placed her little hand on her thigh and pinched her leg secretly. It hurt, but she smiled. Now, she was finally sure that she had been reborn, back to when she was 3 years old. At that time, she was still a little princess, doted on by her father. As people said, having a stepmother meant having a stepfather, and having a stepfather often meant getting a stepmother. She was nothing but a tiny, unimportant cabbage in the field, suffering hardship with her stepmother and stepfather. However, it was different with her father. Her real father truly loved her. He was her only real family. In her previous life, she must have been blind to follow her mother. The living expenses delivered by her father every month didn't benefit her much. When her sister ate noodles, she was left with the soup. When her sister drank soup, she had to lick the bowl. Even her husband ended up belonging to her sister. If in this life, she's stupid enough to become a nanny for others again, she'd rather jump into the river and end her life. At this moment, a large hand was placed on her head. Let's go home. How about Dad makes fish soup for you? Okay, Tang Yusin replied with a joyful smile, her arched eyes sparkling and clear. Seeing his daughter's joy, Tang Xinyan felt his heart melting. He picked up his daughter with one hand and carried the bucket in the other, heading home. Tang Yusin felt slightly embarrassed. After all, she was already over 30 years old. But her father at the time was truly young, only about 25. He was tall and strong thanks to constant labor in the fields, filled with physical strength, but not much brain power. It wasn't that he was stupid, but rather that he was too honest. He was the kind of man who only knew how to give, treating his wife and daughter well, never realizing that his wife was always scheming against him, a simple, straightforward countryman, even having their daughter in on it. Tang Xinyan made Tang Yusin sit on a small stool where he could keep an eye on her. From time to time, he would glance over to see what she was doing, whether she was behaving and whether she could stay still, while his hands never ceased working. He skillfully killed and cleaned the fish. In the village, which man wouldn't just find somewhere to sit, put his feet up on the table, and wait for his wife to serve him they finished eating? They'd leave their bowls and stroll around with their hands clasped in her. Once behind their backs. Unlike Tang Xinyan, who perhaps due to growing up in poverty and losing his parents at an early age, the responsibility of taking care of his younger brother was hard to bear. But when he finally tied the knot with a beautiful woman, introduced to him through an acquaintance, he was grateful beyond words. This, he felt, was perhaps a blessing earned from the good deeds of his past lifetimes. He loved her deeply, never wanted her to lift a finger, and when they had a daughter, he loved her deeply as well. Even though he hadn't had a son, he cherished and adored these two special women in his life. However, the very thought that his wife was seeking a divorce and planning on leaving with their daughter was like a stab at his heart. The stinging pain, the involuntary tears welling up in his eyes. He barely escaped cutting his own hand while lost in these thoughts. Quickly shaking off the unnecessary emotions, he focused on preparing soup for his daughter. No matter what, He would never let Xinxin leave him. His wife must remarry in the future and may have other children, and he feared his Xinxin might suffer hardships. As for himself, he had no plans to remarry. He would devote his entire life to raising his daughter, hoping she would be able to get an education at a university. By doing this, he would do right by the Tang family ancestors. Now, he no longer wished to keep his wife, knowing he couldn't hold on to her. He was just a man from a rural area with no particular skills, while Sang Zilon had a government job. He knew he wasn't good enough for her, and she wasn't interested in him. Therefore, the divorce was inevitable. However, he would not let Sang Zilon have his daughter. She, who couldn't even cook properly, how could she raise his daughter? He put the fish into the pot, waiting for the soup to cook. He walked over and crouched on the ground, lightly touching his daughter's cheek. Today, Tang Yusin seemed a bit out of the ordinary, not as talkative as she usually was. Xinxin, what's on your mind? Tang Yusin shook her head, then bestowed upon Tang Xinyan a grin. Seeing his daughter's adorable expression, Tang Xinyan cuddled her, held her hand, and made her sit at the table outside. Just a bit longer, and the fish soup will be ready. Xinxin will be able to enjoy it soon. Tang Yusin nodded vigorously, giving the impression that she was maturing with each passing day, becoming more obedient and better behaved. In no time, Tang Xinyan brought a bowl of fish soup. But when he tried to feed Tang Yusin, she shook her head. Taking the spoon in her own tiny hand, she began drinking the soup. As one who had been using chopsticks for 30 years, she found the spoon hard to handle and spilled some soup despite being careful. Nevertheless, Tang Xinyan showered praises upon his daughter, causing her to blush. As Tang Yusin was struggling with her bowl of fish soup, there was sudden hurried footsteps from outside, getting increasingly chaotic. Big bro, a voice sounded from afar. Tang Yusin lifted her head to see a young man in his 20s standing at the door. He looked a lot like Tang Xinyan but was more refined, like a scholar. Was this her second uncle? Yes, her second uncle. The one she had long forgotten. He had died young when she was about 3 years old. He died in an accident while digging the village's septic tank when the earth collapsed on him. His death was immediate. In those days, medical facilities were inadequate. There was no possibility of post-mortem examination. Hence, he was buried hurriedly. It was only later, when the village relocated the grave, they found out that he died due to a broken thigh and several broken ribs, which had probably punctured his viscera. Her pitiful uncle from her previous life was childless, so she was the one burning paper money for him every Qingming festival. But over the years, she was too young and could barely remember what her uncle looked like. All she heard was how capable her uncle was. He was good at learning, handsome and skilled. A pity luck didn't favor him, so he was unable to attend college. But if he were still around, at least his temper would differ from that of Tang Xinyan. Tang Xinyan was too good-natured, without a temper, enduring all grievances he faced. Unlike Tang Jijun, who defended his honest elder brother, even though he was educated, he wouldn't bother with reasoning. He would go straight to using his fists. Furthermore, he'd learned martial arts from a master for a few days, which improved his agility remarkably. He made a name for himself in the village. Even though he looked refined, in reality, he was a martial artist. Just a capable man like this met such an untimely and tragic end. After his death, no one else would stand up for Tang Xinyan. Villagers said that had Tang Jijun lived, Tang Xinyan wouldn't have led such a life, handing all the money he'd painstakingly earned to his ex-wife to raise another man's daughter. His own daughter, meanwhile, barely had enough food or clothing. Tang Yusin was still in a daze when someone suddenly picked her up. Turning around, she saw a pair of smiling eyes, which belonged to an intellectual yet strong man. Does our little Xinxin miss Uncle? Uncle misses you dearly. Look at this. He held Tang Yusin with one arm and went through his pocket with the other, handing her a handful of peanut candies and shoved them into her pocket. Xinxin, remember not to give these candies to anyone, not even Mom, okay? Okay. Tang Yusin nodded, reaching a hand into her pocket. Xinxin won't give them to Mom, but to Dad. Tang Xinyan's eyes well up with tears upon hearing that. He quickly turns around, dries his tears using his sleeve, and scoops out some fish soup from the pot into a big bowl. Here, have some fish soup. He places the bowl in front of his younger brother. Thank you, brother. Tang Jijun cradled Tang Yusin in one arm while lifting the bowl with the other, guzzling down more than half of it. Hand her to me, please. After Tang Xinyan received his daughter, he noticed Tang Yusin's languidity, her long eyelashes drooping weakly. Realizing she's tired, he covers her with a blanket. Seeing that she's asleep, he stealthily walks out and sees Tang Jijun still holding his bowl, finishing the last of the soup. What is it, brother? Is she asleep? Tang Jijun asked softly. Yes, she's asleep, replied Tang Xinyan, taking the bowl to help himself with whatever little was left. Not picky, he filled the bowl with half-boiled water from the kettle and started drinking. Brother, is sister-in-law still planning on the divorce? The thought of it made Tang Jijun frown. A perfectly good family and now talks of divorce. Their child is already so big. Sang Zilan initially willingly married his brother. He always thought Sang Zilan wasn't suitable for his easygoing brother, but the latter was smitten, so there was nothing he could do. The two brothers sold nearly everything they had to marry her home. After the marriage, she refused to do this and that, complaining about the rural toilets being dirty, his brother being dirty. She was just not a woman meant for a domestic life. Now she was inciting divorce, an unprecedented event in their village. Tang Jingyan drank all the soup from his bowl and then put it down, his face filled with worry. Let her leave if she wants to, I know. She looks down on me. Thinks I'm incapable. I won't hold her back anymore. Let her do as she pleases. But I won't give her Xinshin. Xinshin is my daughter. Even if I have to starve for the rest of my life, I won't let my daughter suffer. But she would. I won't let my daughter suffer with her. What if she wants Xinshin? Tang Jijun felt uneasy about the situation. He hadn't been sleeping well lately, fearing that their little niece would be taken away by her biological mother and then suffer. What then? I disagree. She can forget it. Tang Xinyan tasted the bitterness in his mouth, making him wonder if the soup was somewhat bitter, or maybe he had put in soda powder. But she's her biological mother. Tang Jijun moved his lips, but the last 4 words were still not spoken. Yes, it's not just anyone, it's the biological mother, the real mother. If Sang Jilan wants to take Tang Yusin away, and Tang Yusin wants to go with her mother, then what can they do? They can't stop it. Tang Jingyan put down his bowl and covered his face. A grown man like him actually started crying. He didn't cry out loud, just let out a few sobs, but it wasn't hard to hear his sadness. Tang Yusin reached into her pocket and pulled out a peanut candy. She unwrapped it, put it in her mouth, and immediately a sweet taste spread. There may not be any candy in the future that tastes as good, but this was the best candy she had ever eaten. Outside, she could hear the voices of Tang Xinyan and his brother. Their voices weren't loud, so she couldn't hear clearly, but most of what they were discussing centered on the divorce and who she would end up with. She opened a small drawer and took out a little box, her treasure box. As a child, she had cared about it deeply and didn't let anyone touch it. She even brought it with her to the Wei family, but barely a day after she arrived, Wei Jiani had broken it. She had cried to her mother after Jiani broke her treasure box, but her mother neither comforted her nor reprimanded Jiani. Instead, she told her as the older sister she should be more forgiving. From that day on, she realized she had become an extra, and everything had changed. She now had a stepfather and a stepmother. She opened the treasure box, reached into her pocket, took out a few peanut candies, and put them back into the treasure box one by one. Then she covered it, put it back in the drawer, and lay down to sleep again. After Tang Xinyan and Tang Jijun left, it didn't take long for Sang Jilan to arrive. They knew Sang Jilan would come back, otherwise, Tang Xinyan wouldn't have picked this time to go out and leave his daughter alone. For Tang Xinyan, nothing in this world was more important than his daughter, and it was the truth. In his past life, he had suffered all his life, never married, but sacrificed everything for his daughter. All that he got in return were white hairs on his behalf. Tang Yusin was sleeping when she heard the unpleasant sound around, like the sound of a rat gnawing on her fingernails and toenails when she was a child. She was familiar with the sound, so much so that she could never forget it even if she lived a lifetime, through birth and death. When she was little and Sangzilon had taken her to the Wei family, they had put her in a little storage room filled with rats that nibbled at her hands and feet every day. She was just 3 years old then, but no matter how much she called out for her mom and dad at night, nobody came to rescue her. They let her grow up in such a distressing environment. Later in life, she grew accustomed and numb to her circumstances. She even grew up. But the memory of being bitten by a mouse never left her. Thus, she was afraid of them. However, she was now a woman of 33, not the child of 3. Even if she was terrified, she was no longer capable of curling up and screaming for help. She opened her eyes. The room was bright though no light was on. She turned her head and noticed that the noise coming from the room was not caused by a mouse but by a person. Was someone stealing from them? But that seemed impossible. Their place was one of the poorest in the village. And in the current times, it was unlikely for a thief to blatantly rob someone's house. Even if there was a thief, they would steal from the wealthy, not from them. Then again, there were her clothes, her new clothes that her father had just bought for her. She hadn't worn them many times. Even though she was small, she was still raised by Tang Xingyan with a lot of affection. Thus, at a young age, she had developed a sense of elegance. She saved this dress for the new year as it was slightly oversized. Tang Xingyan planned on letting her wear it the following new year. Why was this thief, amongst all things, interested in stealing her clothes? She sat up and indeed, there was a person squatting by the wardrobe. This person had shoulder-length hair held back with a clip. It was a woman, a female thief. No, she corrected herself, smirking. This was her mother. She was taking her clothes for Wei Jiani, wasn't she? Wei Jiani was just a year younger than her, but taller. The oversized clothes would fit Wei Jiani just fine. In her previous life too, it was the same. Her clothes, the expensive and pretty ones that she loved, were all taken by Sangzilon for Wei Jiani. Don't ask why Sangzilon was better to someone else's child than her own. It wasn't the way others thought. Most people didn't know, but Tang Yusin knew. She knew exactly why because Wei Jiani wasn't someone else's daughter. She was Sangzilon's biological child. When Wei Jiani was just a few months old, Sangzilon took off to work outside, and she didn't return for nearly a year. When she did return, Tang Yusin was close to 2. In that year, Sangzilon wasn't working outside as she claimed, but staying with Wei Jiani's father, Wei Tian, to have a baby. They all thought she didn't know, but she, being a doctor, couldn't ignore the striking resemblance between Wei Jiani and Sangzilon. Hence, the first thing she did upon starting work was to run a DNA test using samples of their hair. The result was as she expected. Wei Jiani and Sangzilon were indeed mother and daughter. Sangzilon deceived her, tricked her father, and fooled everyone. The birth of her biological daughter crowned her with lifelong scheming, while her father was crowned with the metaphorical green hat of deception. In her last life, all her motherly affection disappeared. The remaining bit was slapped away when she learnt that Zhang Yong'an, her husband, was being seduced by Wei Jiani. Even knowing that, Sangzilon didn't protest, but instead seemed to see it as a rightful act. Was it because Zhang Yong'an had a job at a publicly listed company and made hundreds of thousands a year, or because he lived in a house bought with the money she had saved painstakingly? At this moment, she stared coldly at Sangzilon rummaging through the cabinets, taking out one article of clothing after another. These were all for Wei Jiani, weren't they? Sangzilon had no idea Tang Yusin was awake. She didn't recognize that this was not the old Tang Yusin. Underneath the skin of a 3-year-old child lurked a pitiful soul that had experienced hardships and weathered storms. It was only after Sangzilon nearly emptied Tang Yusin's wardrobe that she stood up. Turning around, she was startled and involuntarily stepped backwards, bumping into the cabinet behind her, which was enough to make her tear up. She saw the child on the bed was wide awake, staring straight at Sangzilon. These were not the eyes of a child, but rather gloomy, cold, and somewhat chilling. Xin, when did you wake up? Rubbing her waist, Sangzilon walked over and placed her hand on Tang Yusin's hair. There was still some maternal affection in her eyes. No matter what, this was her daughter. But over time, her heart had swayed. Having married Wei Tian, she unconsciously favored Wei Jiani. Gradually, this favoritism drained away any remaining ounce of motherly love she had. Tang Yusin lowered her eyes, pretending to be still half asleep. She rubbed her eyes and lay back down to continue her slumber. Sang Jilan, of course, harbored no suspicion. Once she saw Tang Yusin asleep, she reached for the pile of clothes she'd just dumped on the bed, only to find herself unable to pull them away. What's going on? She traced along the clothes only to spot Tang Yusin's little hand clutching a corner of the clothes tightly. The child's hand was tiny, but how could it hold so tightly? She yanked at the clothes with all her might, only to end up pulling Tang Yusin out of the blanket. Tang Yusin sat up, clutching the piece of clothing tightly to her chest and refusing to hand it to Sang Jilan. Sang Jilan was in a hurry to return to town. If she didn't leave soon, there'd be no transport available, and she'd have to stay here. The mere sight of Tang Xinyan was revolting to her. How could she possibly share a bed with him? Xin, listen to Mom, let go. Sang Zilan coaxed Tang Yusin. Mom is storing your clothes for you. In a few days, Mom will take you to live in the city. There's lots of delicious food there, and we can live in a tall building. Xin, don't you want to go? Tang Yusin didn't say a word, only hugging her clothes tighter, refusing to let go. Xin, Sang Jilan's patience wore thin. Wasn't this child very obedient in the past? She used to follow her every word. She had taken her clothes before, and just a few days ago, she told her she was going to pack her clothes to move to the city, and she agreed. So why was she acting so differently today? Xin, let go. As the skies darkened, Sang Zilan's temper grew increasingly volatile, whereas Tang Yusin only hugged her clothes tighter, bowing her head, remaining silent, and avoiding eye contact. Sang Jilan abruptly slapped Tang Yusin's back, perhaps with more force than intended, sending Tang Yusin rolling onto the bed, her head hitting the corner of the table. At this moment, both Tang Xinyan and Tang Jijun, who had just returned from the fields, heard Tang Yusin's heart-wrenching cries just as they were approaching the door. Tang Xinyan immediately dropped the farm tool he had been holding and ran inside. When he entered the house, he saw Sang Weilon standing stupidly aside, while his daughter Tang Yusin's tiny body was sprawled on the floor like a little ball, crying loudly. Xin, Tang Xinyan's eyes were almost red. He ran over, covering the distance in a few large steps, and quickly picked up his daughter. Tang Yusin's forehead had swollen up significantly, and she was gasping amid sobs. Don't cry, Daddy's here. As Tang Xinyan spoke, he couldn't help but shed tears. He cherished his daughter like the apple of his eye, and had always been extremely careful with her. Even when Sang Zilan insisted on working and left their baby with him, this man went from house to house, begging for milk, to raise her with sheep's milk. He made sure that Tang Yusin didn't suffer or get hurt. But now, his child's forehead was swollen with a huge bump. What have you done? Why did you push my daughter? Tang Xinyan's voice bordered on a shout, his eyes inflamed with anger. I didn't. I swear I didn't. Sang Jilan was also stunned with shock, so much so that she'd forgotten to help Tang Yusin. She hurriedly tried to explain her intention of just grabbing a piece of clothing, but regardless of her explanations, Tang Yusin had fallen over. That was the undeniable reality. What right do you have to take my daughter's clothes? Tang Xinyan ripped the clothes from Sang Jilan's hands. Sang Jilan, he gritted his teeth, his eyes frighteningly red. Fine, you want a divorce, I will give you one, but Xin, I absolutely will not hand her over to you. Have you ever fed her a mouthful of milk? Have you raised her? Have you ever changed her diaper? Where were you when she called for her mother? The first word she learned was Daddy, not Mommy. I've raised our daughter with so much effort, and you think you can just leave? Fine, leave if you must, as long as you treat her well. But tell me, what have you done? What have you done? Tang Xinyan held his daughter even tighter. The small child, barely a year old, was still sobbing, with a huge bump on her forehead. It was red and swollen, an alarming sight. Tang Jinyan picked up his daughter and started walking towards the door. Tang Yusin pulled on his clothes. What's wrong? Does it hurt a lot? Tang Jinyan gently brushed his daughter's small cheek, the rims of his eyes reddening as though he was about to cry. Daddy, don't let Mom take my clothes. She's bad. She rested her head on Tang Jinyan's shoulder, her lowered eyelashes concealing the cold glint in her eyes. Not a single item of hers would Wei Jiani get in this lifetime, not even a thread. Ji-jun, gather the clothes and keep them. Don't let them get stolen. Tang Jinyan carefully hugged his daughter and instructed his brother. In the past, he was worried that his daughter might choose to leave with Sang Jilan. After all, she might still love her mother. If that was the case, no matter how heartbroken or reluctant he would have let Sang Zilan take her. But now, he realized that he was utterly wrong in his thoughts. Sang Jilan was not fit to be a mother. No, he was wrong again. Sang Jilan was indeed a good mother, but she was not a good mother to Tang Yusin. Tang Jijun went over and picked up all the little clothes that had been left on the floor and the bed. He stuffed them all into a cabinet in a fit of annoyance, stood in front of it, his face clearly showing his resistance to Sang Zilan taking the clothes. She wanted to take the clothes even before the child went with her. How could that be possible? Moreover, looking at the situation, even if Yusin follows this mother, she won't have a good life. She could even let the child fall like this. But never mind, it could be unintentional or careless. However, could it be that as a mother, she had no consciousness at all to help the child up and to take the child to the doctor for a checkup? This was a head injury. What if something serious happened? Little Yusin is only 3 years old. Sang Jilan didn't know what to do. Stand, sit, leave, stay, nothing felt right. Actually, she knew she should go and join them, but when she thought about her other, even younger daughter, she felt entirely at a loss. What should she do? It was getting really dark outside. If she didn't leave soon, she would have to stay here. No, she couldn't stay here. She bit her lip. What would Wei Tian think if she stayed? Ji-jun, I have to attend to some business at the factory. I'll leave first and come back tomorrow to check on Xin. Her fall wasn't too serious. She'll be fine. Her laugh was painful, and her face didn't look good. Even when she said those words, they were all in a jumble. Tang Jijun curled his lips. During all of Xin's illnesses, was she ever there? She claimed to love Yusin. What a joke! Didn't she worry about her own daughter? The child had just been injured, but she wasn't worried at all and even thought about leaving. Was that how she acted as a mother? No, Xin could not be handed over to this kind of woman under any circumstances. When Tang Jinyan came back holding Tang Yusin, Sang Jilan had already left. The room was in a mess. Even the shoes he had made for his daughter for the new year were left outside. Is she okay? Tang Jijun carefully took Tang Yusin from him. The child's face didn't look good. She opened her eyes, but didn't want to talk. She had a big lump on her forehead, but fortunately, it wasn't bandaged. She's fine. She just has a bruise, and it'll be okay in a few days. Tang Xinyan gently rubbed his daughter's head. Where is she? He didn't see Sang Jilan when he returned. Actually, he knew in his heart that Sang Jilan had gone home. He had held out some hope that she might have realized her mistake and stayed. But it seemed he was disappointed. She didn't love this daughter at all. But if she didn't love her, why did she want to take her away? How could she be any different? She left a long time ago. Brother, with her like this, we can't let her take Xin away under any circumstances. Tang Jijun was so angry that he punched the wall, causing more pieces of the old wall to fall off. Tang Jinyan stayed silent, gently pulling the blanket over his daughter. He then took the new shoes that had been placed aside and silently put them back in the wardrobe. It was only when the two men had left the room that Tang Yusin opened her eyes. She touched her forehead, her tender little lips now slightly pale and not as rosy as before. She carefully climbed down from the wooden bed, ran to the door, and crouched down, pressing her ears against the door to listen to the faint sounds outside. The soundproofing in the house wasn't very good, so as long as voices weren't deliberately lowered, she could still hear something. Outside, Tang Jijun angrily relayed the incident of Sang Lan leaving without waiting for Tang Yusin to Tang Jinyan. The more he talked about it, the angrier he became. Brother, do you think she's still fit to be a mother? Even if she had to leave, shouldn't she wait until Yusin is okay before she leaves? How could she be at ease when her child has been injured like this? She had to catch the bus. Tang Xinyan still tried to defend Sang Jilan, but no matter how much he tried to explain, he couldn't even convince himself anymore. Even if she had to work in the city, couldn't she leave a day later in the evening? Did she have to wait until tonight? Even if it was early tomorrow morning, would there be no buses then? Would she be too late? Which factory shifts start at midnight? This is clearly a lack of responsibility. What kind of mother does this? Brother, you can't give Xinshin to her. Tang Jijun sat down on the chair. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, a thought that terrified even him. Brother, do you think, if she took Xinshin away, would you provide child support? Yusin is my daughter. Tang Jingyan turned and looked at his younger brother. No matter where she is my daughter. I would willingly support her for her entire life. Tang Jijun gritted his teeth. He didn't utter his speculation, because it was too cruel for his simple-minded older brother. Brother, do you think, if she took Xinshin away, is it because she knows your character and that you'd support Xinshin? You would never remarry, and any money from your toil would go to Xinshin. If she remarries and has another child, would you have to support them too? He clenched his fists, feeling utterly useless. If Xinshin really went with that woman, she was only 3 years old, how would she live her future days, and how would his older brother live? The noise from outside faded significantly. Finally, the sound of footsteps gradually disappeared, fading into the distance until they could no longer be heard. Only then did Tang Yusin touch the bump on her head. Her young face lost its childlike innocence and instead took on a weary worldliness. She never understood why Sang Zilan brought her away in the first place. It was only later that she understood she was not only Sang Zilan's means of receiving child support, but also a way for Wei Jiani to get a free nanny and a tool for her to save face. She didn't know if the scheme was Sang Zilan's doing or Wei Tian's. From the outside, Wei Tian always appeared to be a good person, always smiling at everyone. However, behind the smiles was a chilling insincerity. He knew everything, yet he never intervened. Whether it was Sang Zilan hitting Tang Yusin or Wei Jiani bullying Tang Yusin, after she was taken away by Sang Zilan, her father would send her money every month. Even when she and Zhang Yongin were paying their mortgages, her father, despite his old age, worked the dirtiest and hardest jobs at the construction site on top of tending to his farmland. Yet in the end, the house didn't end up in her hands. Who was really good to her and who wasn't, could not simply be discerned by words alone. She spent a lifetime seeing clearly, only to get blinded in the end. She had given up so much in her lifetime, yet all that she had given was not worth her life. She turned around again, then carefully climbed onto a little stool and got into bed to sleep. But soon, she opened her eyes again, climbed down, opened the wardrobe, and took out that new dress. She held the dress as if it were a doll. The dress had a fresh smell of cotton and was patterned with small red checks. Although the color was somewhat vulgar and the style was old-fashioned, it had its own simplicity and purity, unique to this era. She liked this era, but time passed and the era changed, until one day, the whole world had to face drastic changes. If one didn't live through those times, they would never know that such a world once existed. Technology advanced, but human feelings grew colder. Daddy will take you to Old Man Chen. Let him look after you. Tang Xinyan picked up Tang Yusin. The Old Man Chen he referred to was an outsider in the village. No one knew where he came from. When he arrived, he looked desperate and didn't even have a decent set of clothes. Now living alone, childless, he kept to himself most of the time. He collected herbs from the big mountain behind the village to sell. He was a man of few words and had a very serious look, which made children frightened of him. They believed him to be a man-eating monster. Among them was the young Tang Yusin who used to be scared even at the mere mention of Old Man Chen. Though she had only vague memories, she did remember that she would burst into tears whenever she saw him. It was only after she was taken away by Sangzilon that she never returned to the village and never heard about Old Mansion again. As for what happened to Old Mansion afterward, he followed the laws of the world like everyone else: birth, aging, sickness, and death. After all, he was already quite old at that time. "Zhong uncle, are you in?" Tang Xinyan knocked on the door of a semi-old clay house. Most villagers still lived in clay houses, with only a few in newly built brick houses due to poverty. "I'm here, come in." A faint, deep voice responded from inside the house, and it was this kind of voice that scared children. Children liked those who smiled and sounded cheerful, not those who frowned all the time and spoke like ghosts. Only then did Tang Xinyan take Tang Yusin inside. The house was not big. There were no rooms, nor a hall, just a courtyard filled with drying herbs, which led to the living quarters. As soon as one entered, they would be hit with the scent of herbs. The room was full of their fragrance. Although the ground was packed mud, it was quite clean, and even a thin layer of water had been delicately swept across it. An old, lean man stood there, his hair almost white, but his back was surprisingly straight. He was taking care of a medicinal plant, holding a watering can in one hand, while the other behind his back. There was a hint of a sage about him, only that he didn't smile much. However, the present Tang Yusin really didn't know what she was thinking when she was a child, not understanding where Old Mansion resembled a ghost at all. She felt he was more of a fairy. There was a faint aroma of herbs on him, possibly due to his long-term contact with these plants. Without thinking, she sniffed, finding it strange that the scent of these herbs brought a sense of tranquility and clarity to her. She sniffed several times, confirming her feeling. Being a doctor herself, although a Western medicine practitioner, she knew that some herbs had mutual enhancing or counteracting effects. And some herbs, beneath their complex aroma, produced a scent that could make one feel more alert and clear-headed. So this is it. Chinzhong put down the watering can and turned to see the child Tang Xinyan was cradling in his arms. Unlike her usual crying and fussing, she seemed to be sniffing something. Had she smelled something? "Uncle Zhong, could you take a look at my little girl?" Tang Xinyan set Tang Yusin down, took her tiny hand, and walked her into a room. Tang Yusin obediently allowed her father to lead her by the hand. Her eyes curiously scanned the various plants Chinzhong was raising indoors. It was really just some plain grass, without flowers or branches. Was it any different from the wild grass covering the mountains? But it had a simple and pure scent. The grass swayed faintly with the breeze that came from the window, giving off a tantalizing, womanly grace. How strange. She looked up and gave Chinzhong a smile, her eyes curving into adorable crescents. "Hello, Grandpa." She politely addressed him without needing any prompt from adults. Tang Xinyan lovingly stroked her petite head. He had no idea when the child became so well-behaved and intelligent. Chinzhong had a straight face, not one for unnecessary smiles or laughter, but there was a hint of kindness in his eyes. It was as if a ray or two of light had seeped into a perpetually dark corner, enabling one to see the dust particles dancing in that light. He reached out and placed his hand on Tang Yusin's forehead. "How did you hurt yourself?" he asked. With gentle pressure, Tang Yusin began to feel a slight ache in her head. It wasn't exactly comfortable, yet she didn't shy away. She fell. Tang Xinyan's expression briefly darkened before deciding not to mention that Yusin's own mother had pushed her. Of course, by pushed, it was Yusin herself who had said it, but it was a fact that Sangzilon had accidentally pushed her. "Does it hurt here?" Chinzhong asked Yusin after pressing a spot. "No." Tang Yusin bit her lower lip. "It's sore." "Sore." Chinzhong raised an eyebrow and pressed another spot. "Numb." He moved his hand slightly upwards and pressed again. "Sore, numb." Yusin frowned, but withstood the discomfort. If it were any other 3-year-old, they might have cried their eyes out by now. After checking the locations, Chinzhong removed his hand and held it behind his back. "Don't worry, it's nothing serious." "Thank you, Uncle Zhong." Tang Xinyan touched his daughter's small head, and was relieved now knowing his daughter wasn't seriously injured. He feared any possible brain injury which the village doctors wouldn't have been equipped to detect. He was told she needed to go to a big hospital for a checkup, but the village hospital was too far and required expensive fees which he could not afford. Hence, he sought help from Uncle Zhong. Tang Yusing kept stealing glances at that graceful little plant. Somehow, she had come to like it, and the faint chilly aroma she had sniffed earlier. Yes, what she smelled was a cool, refreshing aroma. Standing there, she felt as if all her senses had been heightened. Tang Jinyan then picked her up, preparing to take her home. Tang Yusing kept looking at that non-grassy grass, non-orchided-like plant until they left. The scent had faded by the time they reached the door, but there was still a hint of unidentifiable aroma lingering in her nostrils. Inside, Chenzhong continued tenderly taking care of the plant, delicately watering it, without spilling a single drop. That little girl, he muttered to himself. She's quite perceptive, to have such a sensitive feeling. On that medicinal plant, some water droplets hung, refracting beautiful shadows under the light from the window. With a drip, a droplet bent a leaf and gently rolled down, emitting a strong herbal aroma in the room. Tang Yusin was a quiet child who didn't like to go out much after her head injury. However, she had become much more sensible, partially due to Shinzi's replacement. Although she was still Yusin, she was now the 33-year-old Yusin. At this moment, she sat in front of the stove, tossing firewood into the hearth. Initially, her actions scared Tang Xinyan, making him break out in a cold sweat. But then he discovered that Tang Yusin was actually quite adept at making fires. He even bragged about this to his younger brother, making Tang Yusin cover her blushing face in embarrassment as if she wouldn't want to meet anyone. She was 33 years old, not 3 years old. She wasn't that stupid, all right? Since then, Tang Xinyan was no longer scared of letting his daughter into the kitchen. He was always afraid that children handling knives or other things would hurt themselves. But Tang Yusin never moved towards the cutting board. She just sat in front of the stove, adding firewood and operating the bellows. The consequences of which were that she hadn't seen a bellows for many years, and it was considered an antique where she came from. Similarly, spinning wheels and other things were ordinary items for villagers, but rare commodities for her. And these items would no longer be seen in a few decades. If one could see them, it would probably be on TV. With her assistance, Tang Xinyan's cooking speed had increased. At least he wasn't running around anymore, worrying about the fire and the food. Sometimes when the fire went out, he had to start it up again. He placed a bowl of noodles in front of Tang Yusin, stroked her face and said, "Eat." Tang Yusin ate her meal, bite by bite, no longer needing to be fed. This made Tang Xinyan, as a father, feel a bit lost. It seemed his child was maturing, even though she was only 3 years old. But now she could walk, talk, and didn't need to be fed anymore. While he was eating with loud slurps, he glanced over at his daughter, who was eating slowly but dutifully spooning food into her mouth and not onto her face or scattering it on the table. Just as she lifted her head to say she was full, a noisy sound came from outside, almost like a band of invaders marching into a village. Tang Xinyan quickly put down his bowl and stood up. "Mom," he called out. The middle-aged woman who walked in raised her chin, revealing 2 large nostrils with blackheads on her nose. She was well-dressed in a chestnut-colored new padded jacket and new trousers, her feet clad in black leather shoes that were currently in fashion. She sat down, casting a dismissive and disdainful look at Tang Xinyan. It was beyond doubt that she looked down on Qin Xinyan. This woman, the mother of Seng Jilan, did indeed look down on Tang Xinyan. He had no parents and only a few acres of land. If her daughter hadn't been rejected in marriage, how could she possibly marry her off to an unsuccessful man like Tang Xinyan, who had no abilities at all? Her daughter was destined to live off the state for life. She couldn't possibly be here, farming the land with him. Her daughter, with that appearance and character, all top-notch, once Xilan's life improves, she could help her 2 younger brothers. With Tang Xinyan, even if he worked himself to death, he couldn't possibly provide for a university student. And her eldest grandson excelled in his studies. The teachers even said he was college material. Their family couldn't afford to send a kid to college. Of course, funding a college student was a burden shared by the whole family. Her niece was receiving state benefits, and her monthly income was a few dozen yuan. If she saved this money, it would be enough to cover the tuition for her grandson's university education. It was clear that Tang Jinyan was blatantly exploiting her daughter. Besides, as she squinted her eyes, looking at Tang Yusin, who was led by Tang Jinyan, she looked down on Tang Jinyan and consequently looked down on Tang Yusin too. She had small eyes and a small nose, clearly taking after her father. She bore no resemblance to her daughter's good looks. As she grew older, she would be ugly. As for Tang Yusin, she also lowered her head, pretending to look at her toes. Her seemingly clear eyes were shrouded in inscrutable coldness. She smirked. Her sarcasm was palpable. In her past life, she had seen enough of some people's faces and knew their characters well. Every year, when she and Wei Jiani visited Sang family for the new year, the grandmother showed extreme affection for Wei Jiani. All the nice food, fun things, and useful items were saved for Wei Jiani. Wei Jiani, pretty and generous, with her sweet mouth, often received a lot of New Year's money. As for her, when she was in Tang family, she had new clothes for the new year, but when she later moved to Wei family, she could only wear Wei Jiani's hand-me-downs. Whether too small, ugly, or ripped apart, and she didn't even know that Wei Jiani's new clothes for each new year were actually bought by Tang Xinyan for his own daughter. Yet, when they eventually got to her, they were all ragged and torn. "Mom, have you eaten?" Tang Xinyan held his daughter's little hand tightly and anxiously asked his mother-in-law. "I wouldn't dare to eat the food in your house," the mother of Sang Jilan replied sarcastically. "You just need to get divorced from my daughter. There's no love left. Why are you still tormenting her?" "Mom, even if we divorce, I want Yusin." Tang Xinyan stroked his daughter's little head, a flash of sadness in his eyes. Without divorce, Yusin still has both parents, but with divorce, she would either have no father or no mother. His daughter was still young, and he did not want her to be that pitiful. Tang Yusin nestled behind her father, standing close to him. "Are you implying that our Jilan would harm her own daughter?" Sang's mother was uncomfortable upon hearing these words. What did Tang Xinyan mean? Was he afraid that they, the Sang family, would abuse their own daughter and granddaughter? No, Tang Xinyan hurriedly attempted to explain. He didn't mean that. He just didn't want anyone to use this matter to hurt the still young Tang Yusin. "All right," Sang's mother cut off Tang Xinyan's words directly. "I don't want to hear any of this nonsense. I'm just here to tell you that our separation is confirmed. We're taking Yusin with us. She is Jilan's daughter. Where does a daughter not follow her mother but follows her father instead? Remember this. We'll head to the Civil Affairs Bureau the day after tomorrow to get this marriage annulled. Oh, and regarding Yusin's child support, I need every single part of it. If I miss out on a penny, I won't let you off." Tang Xinyan. Eldest and second son, she continued instructing her two sons standing behind her. "I quite like the look of this table. Let's take it away. After being with him for so long, Jilan hasn't gained anything good. It isn't excessive to take away a table, right?" Without hesitation, Sang family's eldest and second son really did move the table. After all, this was not the first time. After Jilan severs ties with Tang Xinyan, there wouldn't be anything left to take away. Tang Xinyan had to watch helplessly as the table from his home was moved away. He lowered his head and saw Tang Yusin's swollen, tear-streaked eyes. He squatted down and cried while hugging his daughter. "Daddy, don't be afraid." Tang Yusin extended her small hand and patted her father's shoulder. "Even without a table, Daddy still has Yusin." Tang Xinyan was just about to burst into tears. Without a table, he was about to lose his daughter too. When Tang Jijun arrived home, enraged by the news that the Sang family had taken away the only dining table they had, murderous intent arose within him. "Brother, how can they do this? Every time they come, they steal something. Last time, they took the hoe from the field. The time before that, they took the pot. Now, the table, they've pretty much taken everything we have. Brother, why do you let them bully and torment you like this?" "It's fine. Tang Jinyan gave a bitter smile as he comforted his younger brother. Let them take. After all, this is the last time. Brother, are you sure about this? Tang Jijun knew what his brother was contemplating. Brother, are you actually considering the divorce? We brothers exhausted our inheritance to marry her back then. If you get a divorce now, considering our current situation, it will be difficult to find another wife. Yes, I made up my mind. Tang Jinyan is usually indecisive, otherwise, he would not have hesitated over a divorce for so long. If Yusin stays with me, I will take good care of her. If she goes with Jilan, I will work hard in the field. No matter what, I won't let Yusin suffer. Brother, you. Tang Jijun knew that Tang Jinyan would do this. Regardless of whether his daughter stays with him in the future or not, he has decided to support her alone for the rest of his life, never to marry again. Daddy, I want to go to Mr. Chen's place. Tang Yusin tugged at Tang Jinyan's sleeve. Due to the recent issues at home, not only was Tang Jinyan feeling vexed, she, too, felt highly agitated. She thought of the mysterious herb kept in Qinzhong's house. It seems to help clear her mind and restrain rash actions. She's still young. She can't act impulsively. In reality, when the Sangs forcefully took away the table, she almost couldn't help to lash out at them, berating their shamelessness and disgrace. Yet, she knows, she can't now. She is still young, only 3 years old. Even if none of these people know that her soul has been replaced, they'll, in the end, attribute all faults to Tang Jinyan, accusing him of not teaching Tang Yusin well. Quite possibly, she might get taken away by Sang Zilan again, returning to the fate of her previous life. In this lifetime, she will absolutely not leave the Tang family with Sang Zilan. She wants to follow her father. She wants to ensure her father leads a good life, in a big house, instead of providing labor in older age, supporting her loser daughter, paying for her daughter's university education and her daughter's house. But neither the house nor the daughter exists anymore. Are you going to Grandpa Chen's place? Tang Jinyan squatted down, after a moment, realizing that the Grandpa Zhong, voiced by Tang Yusin, referred to Qinzhong. He gazed in awe at his daughter's delicate face. Xin, weren't you always scared of Grandpa Chen before? You even went out of your way to avoid his house. Why do you want to go there now? In fact, it's not only Tang Yusin who fears Qinzhong. All kids in the village do. That is the part Tang Jinyan does not understand. After all, Uncle Zhong is a good man. Although he is not easy to approach, if the villagers ask him for any help, he always assists. He is not inhuman, or a cold-hearted devil as others portray him. How come the villagers now frighten children saying they'll feed them to Qinzhong if they cry, and the children immediately stop crying? What's up with Tang Yusin now? What she used to fear the most, she now seems to desire. It smells good at Grandpa Zhong's place. Tang Yusin wrinkled her little nose. She wanted to smell those scents, the fragrance of herbs, and the cold scent of that strange plant. All right then. Tang Jinyan picked up his daughter and took her to Qinzhong's. Uncle Zhong, are you home? He knocked on the outside of the door and also called out inside. By all accounts, he knew someone was inside because the door was open. If nobody was at home, naturally, the door would be closed and locked. Even though the people in the village were pretty decent and honest, it wasn't like they were the sort to leave houses unlocked or find loose change out on the road. Locking doors is meant to keep out honest people and deter the crooks. Everyone knew this. I'm home, come in. Inside, indeed, came the voice of Qinzhong, not very enthusiastic. Perhaps coupled with his clearly unfriendly face, most people would be disinclined to engage with him. Tang Jinyan was not completely comfortable either. He braved himself to step inside. But compared to all this, it was the sad face of his daughter that he hated to see even more. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Qinzhong put down the herbs he was sorting and watched Tang Jinyan and his daughter with indifferent eyes. Uncle Zhong, it's nothing, Tang Jinyan quickly explained. My daughter Yusin said your place smells good, and she wants to hang around here. Do you mind? He asked cautiously, fearing Qinzhong might reject them. Qinzhong's gaze lingered on Tang Yusin's face for a while. Just when Tang Jinyan thought he was about to expel them, he nodded. All right, You can leave her here. Just come and pick her up around dinner time. They had just had breakfast, and lunch was still about 4 hours away. Tang Xinyan, calculating his time frame, believed he could work a good stretch in the field. As for leaving his daughter here, he felt entirely at ease. Aside from how well-behaved Tang Yusin is now, Chenzhong is also a man to be trusted. Tang Xinyan let go of his daughter's little hand, then crouched down in front of her. Be obedient. Don't make any noise to alert Grandfather Chen, understand? Tang Yusin nodded vigorously, her little head bobbing. Wait for Daddy to finish his work in the fields, then I'll pick you up, all right? We won't cry, and we won't touch any of Grandfather's things. All right. Tang Yusin again bobbed her head in agreement. Only then did Tang Xinyan stand up. He waited a bit before he left, but he was still uneasy. He decided he would come back later to check. Come here. Chenzhong waved Tang Yusin over. His face was stern, his gaze sharp. If Tang Yusin were really just a child, she'd probably be scared to tears by now. She obediently went over and stood in front of Sun Zhong. A 3-year-old child is actually still tiny, all little arms and legs. She wondered how this little body grows to become an adult. She lifted her small face with effort. From her perspective, everyone was towering over her, just like giants. Most children her age were still crawling around in the dirt, some still wore crotch-open pants and had a persistent runny nose. Therefore, she felt her age was a bit awkward. What does this smell like? Sun Zhong asked the little tot in front of him. Normally, he didn't like children, noisy and dirty as they were. But the one in front of him seemed rather clean, and didn't give off any offensive odors, nor did she have a snotty nose, much less sucking back her snot. Medicine. Tang Yusin pointed at the herbs drying outside. They smell good. That's the scent of herbs, Chenzhong agreed. His place was filled with various kinds of medicinal plants, each having a distinct scent. From the refreshing scent of herbal grass to others, but to be able to identify these scents wasn't extraordinary. Children had sensitive noses, after all. And that one, Tang Yusin pointed at a seductive plant on the table. Very fragrant. She said and took a big whiff of the room air, mingling with the scent of herbs, and a hint of cold fragrance emerged. It instantly reminded her of mothballs, shooting straight to her brain, and the chaotic thoughts she had been plagued with suddenly became clear. Oh, you can even identify the scent? Chenzhong asked skeptically, then he scooped Tang Yusin into his arms, and in her heart, 2 streams of shameless tears flowed. Keeping up the act wasn't easy. She was a grown woman in her 30s, but here, she was tossed about in everyone's arms. Her face was burning, but she had no choice. She was small after all. What does this smell like? Sun Zhong flicked a verdant plant. It was like grass yet not grass, like an orchid yet not an orchid, but its growth was certainly lush. Yes, wild herbs tend to thrive without humans meddling. They can grow lush even when neglected. Tang Yusin leaned in close for a sniff, and instantly, a wave of freshness rose from her nostrils, saturating her lungs, and sharpened her senses. Cold fragrance. Tang Yuxiang shivered. A fragrance that feels cold. That's correct. Chenzhong set Tang Yusin down on her feet again. This is ink frost. It's refreshing, and when paired with the other herbs here, it gives off a unique fragrance that clears one's thoughts. Inhale more, and your eyes will brighten. Your mind will clear. Seems like you are a fortunate one. Tang Yusin's eyes sparkled slightly. She was correct after all. So, her eyes can be brighter. She can be smarter. Then, does this mean she wouldn't need to wear glasses in the future? She wouldn't have to touch her eyeballs every day to remove her contacts? She sniffed it hard again. She could clearly feel the cold fragrance entering her nostrils, then her lungs, and finally, her brain. She sat down by the door, lifted her small face, and watched Chenzhong continuously drying the herbs. Agave. Chicken heart grass. Chenzhong sorted and named the herbs while Tang Yusin watched and remembered. Little girl, come here. Chenzhong waved to Tang Yusin. She stood up, her mind now incredibly clear. What is this? He pointed to the medicinal herbs he had just sorted and asked. Tang Yusin blinked. Was he testing her? Should she tell him? If she doesn't say, doesn't that mean she's slow? She remembered all of them perfectly. Adult thoughts with a child's memory, plus the clear mind soup she had just taken. It's impossible to forget. Agave. She lifted her little face. Her milky voice was clear, repeating exactly what Chinjong had said earlier. And this. Chinjong was stoic, but somehow she could tell that he was in a pretty good mood. Chicken heart grass, Tang Yusin said, still like a child. Her voice was youthful, but her eyes were extremely bright, repeating the words perfectly. Are you thirsty? Chinjong stroked Tang Yusin's hair. He became more patient and kind towards her. Luckily, he was an upright person, stern when serious, kind when smiling. Otherwise, Tang Yusin might feel a chill. He wouldn't be a human trafficker, would he? Thank you, grandfather, said Tang Yusin. This made Chinjong's smiling face look even more pleasant. Soon after, Chinjong had a cup for Tang Yusin. As soon as she saw what was inside the cup, her heart dropped. What was that in there? Some kind of wild grass. Could she decline it? She lifted her face and looked at Chinjong, trying hard to act innocent and cute. That's clear mind soup. Chinjong understood that the little girl was repulsed by the drink. Don't judge it by its appearance. This is a good thing. It's a precious heritage passed down from my ancestors. Look at my eyes, they're good because I've been drinking this since I was a child. Tang Yusin quickly put the cup in front of her. No matter how hard it is to drink, she must finish it. Clear mind soup, just hearing its name tells you it's good stuff. She did not want to be short-sighted. She did not want to wear glasses. Plus, Chinjong's eyes were indeed good. At his age, he had no cataracts, and he could see clearly enough to mend his own clothes with a needle. An ordinary man of his age would have lost his sight long ago, but he hadn't. Therefore, the soup must be good, especially since it's passed down from his ancestors. How could it be bad? Grandpa, can I give this to my dad? Cradling the bowl in her hands, she looked up at him, hopeful. She wanted her father to still have sharp hearing and vision even when he got old, not to be like in her past life where he lost sight in one of his eyes due to personal reasons. It's not that you can't. Chinjong walked to his herbs. If you come over next time and can still remember the names of these herbs, I will give you the clear mind soup. You can give it to whoever you want. Okay then. Tang Yusin lifted the bowl again, gulping down the clear mind soup bit by bit. By the time she next returned, she would certainly be able to take the clear mind soup back with her. Just as Chinjong stated, the soup wasn't spectacular in appearance, but it wasn't too unpleasant to drink either. It was swallowable, having a faint hint of bitterness. The taste was akin to a light chrysanthemum tea. Additionally, her throat felt exceptionally comfortable after finishing the soup. At this moment, she didn't think much about why Chinjong asked her to memorize all these things, assuming it to be a deliberate difficulty set by him. However, she wasn't afraid of such hardship. After all, she was a medical student and had been a doctor for 10 years. Although she studied Western medicine, she found these areas slightly related to medical science, let alone memorizing herbs, which proved to be no difficulty for her. The next day, as Tang Xinyan went to farm, he sent Tang Yusin to Chinjong again. Chinjong had instructed to bring the little girl over. Yusin also liked it here, saving Xinyan the worry of taking his daughter to the fields where he would have to worry about farming and whether his daughter would trip over or get hurt. Do you still remember? Chinjong asked Yusin, who was clean and tidy. Even though she was taken care of by her father, he didn't spoil her excessively. Instead, she was scrupulously clean, her hair sleek and smooth, and her little face was always clear and clean, unlike some village children whose faces seemed to have not been washed in hundreds of years and had frostbitten cheeks in winter. Without a doubt, Tang Xinyan was a thoroughly dutiful father. He never let Yusin get frostbite on her hands and face. Little girls should not suffer frostbite, otherwise, they will turn ugly in the future. At present, Tang Yusin is still a cute and beautiful child. However, when she came to the Wei family, she became a child who could barely have 3 meals a day. Her face was swollen, her hands frostbitten. Unlike others, her delicate hands had suffered frostbite for over a decade. Hence, Her hands were fleshier compared to others, unattractive in shape. Thankfully, her profession as a physician required her to wear gloves on most days. No one knew what her fingers looked like. It didn't matter whether or not her hands were fleshy as long as she could hold a scalpel. "What is this?" Chun Jong asked Tang Yusin, but his complexion wasn't too good. He had become the grumpy old man again. It was then that Tang Yusin reacted. She had been lost in thought. No wonder Chun Jong's expression had changed. She remained idle for a long time. However, in Chun Jong's place, she forgot about this. This is she tilted her head, pretending to consider. Agave. Chun Jong finally let out a satisfied noise, though his face was still stretched. "What about this?" he asked again. "Bai Ji." This time, Tang Yusin recited without hesitation, verbatim and unerringly. Chun Jong's face finally relaxed, looking like a typical benign old man, less stern, more affectionate. And this, he pointed at something else. It should be quite challenging. It was almost identical to agave. However, he had explained the differences to Tang Yusin yesterday. One was the tip of the leaf, the other was the taste. If Yusin had listened carefully and remembered, she should be able to identify it. However, it seemed that he had been a little overeager trying to promote her growth too soon. At present, Tang Yusin was just a 3-year-old child, the age when kids are at their most oblivious. They still crawl and roll about in the dirt, playing with their siblings in the mud, needing someone to feed them or else they'll get food all over their faces and all over the table. They can't even talk well, let alone read or write. So how could they possibly remember so much? Tang Yusin ran over and picked up a long-leaved herb. She brought it to her nose and sniffed. Grandpa said, "The one that looks like agave is called Qinghuan grass, and it smells sour." "This one smells sour." Right. Chun Jong finally smiled at this point, but his smile was naturally cold. Some people are like this, their smiles seeming almost non-existent. Others, though, naturally have good faces, their lips turned up, their eyes warm. But the things they do are even worse than pigs and dogs, kind of like Zhang Yong'an. Even now, she could still recall the sweet words he once had for her. "Yusin, don't worry. Once I've completed my studies, we'll get married. We'll live in a big house and have more money than we can spend. Yusin, I promise I'll give you a good life. We'll feast on delicacies from the mountains and the sea, and wear the finest silks and satins. Yusin, if I ever let you down, I'll be worse than a dog or a pig. May I be poor and destitute in my next life, never achieving anything." People like to swear on their next lives, but who knows who they themselves will be in the next life, or where their next life will take place. Will they recognize each other, remember each other? The little miss is not bad. Chun Jong, a man true to his word, brought out a package and laid it down. "I'll let your father take this home. When you're older, I'll teach you how to prepare it. This is the Chun family's most precious secret." Tang Yusin was a bit puzzled. If it's such a precious secret, why would he teach her? As it started to get dark, Tang Xinyan came to pick up his daughter. On his way home, he held his not-so-weighty daughter with one hand and carried a large snakeskin bag in the other, filled with various roots and bark. That very evening, Tang Yusin instructed her father to boil water and then steeped it. She took a bowl for herself and gave her father one too. She picked up the small bowl and, without any repulsion, began to drink. But Tang Xinyan was breaking out in a cold sweat. Is this really drinkable? And what about those dried sticks and withered grass? He thought they were for burning. So, they're meant for drinking? Grandpa said, "It's good for the eyes. Can we drink this together, Daddy?" Tang Yusin blinked her eyes, her face full of anticipation. Her innocent appearance was irresistible, and Tang Xinyan, who adored his obedient daughter, couldn't resist her serious and deliberate acts of cuteness. With a grit of his teeth, he also picked up the bowl. His daughter had already drunk hers. As her father, he couldn't let her down, right? Otherwise, he'd become the laughingstock to his child. Besides, Uncle Chun had said that it was drinkable. If he said it was, then it was. He couldn't help but feel curious. He had thought that the herbs were for starting fires, but as it turns out, They were for making tea. He took a sip from the bowl, and the taste actually set his fears aside. Although the liquid looked like urine and smelled average, it tasted fairly decent, or at least, it was potable. In the early morning of the following day, when Tang Yusin woke up, she planned to visit Qinzhong again. She loved the scent of medicinal herbs there and the cool aroma of ink frost, and being a doctor herself, she had a strong affinity towards medicinal materials. However, just as they were about to leave, the Sang family arrived, all with long faces, clearly signaling ill intentions. The Tang family didn't even have a proper table or chairs anymore. All had been taken by the Sang family. Tang Xinyan had procured a large tree stump from the mountain and had managed to even out its edges to fashion a table sturdy enough to have a meal on. Even the stools were made from tree roots. Although they weren't aesthetically pleasing, they were indeed very solid. Besides the earthen Kong bed formed with mud in the house, there was nothing left. Even if the Sang family wanted to take it, it would be impossible to demolish the earthen Kong bed and carry the mud back, right? Upon hearing that the Sang family had come, Tang Jijun, fearing his good-natured elder brother would be taken advantage of, hastily called over a few young lads from the village to show some force. In this situation, they couldn't afford to lose morale. However, as they approached their house, Jijun started to feel that he might have gone overboard by bringing so many people. Was he planning to slap the others' faces? However, as all had already gathered, it was not appropriate not to enter either. As he reached the doorway and saw the situation inside, he broke out in a cold sweat. The small room was packed. The Sang family arrived in greater numbers than expected, from aunts and uncles to cousins and nephews, all with long faces. It was clear they were here to stir up trouble. Tang Jijun led the young, robust men from the village into the house, and when the two forces met, sparks flew, and an explosion seemed imminent. However, due to the group Jijun brought, it seemed the Sang family was taken aback and had to reconsider their aggression. With this being Li Tang village territory, the Li and Tang clans had the largest populations. The villagers were united and would not let outsiders bully any of their own. Tang Jijun stood next to Tang Xinyan and saw that Xinyan was holding Yusin tightly, his whole body trembling. A grown man of over 6 feet was on the verge of tears. "Big brother," he anxiously called out to Tang Xinyan. "Why have they come?" "Why?" Mother Sang spoke with a bitter tone. "Obviously, we are here to divorce. If you wish to divorce, then do it. Why did you bring so many people?" Upon hearing the word divorce, anger flared up inside Tang Jijun. If they wanted a divorce, then proceed with it. Why did they have to bring so many people to his house? Did they intend to commit murder or arson? How good had his elder brother been to the Sang family? Every New Year, even when Sang Jilan wasn't home, he never neglected giving the Sang family their festive gifts. During plowing season, his brother would disregard his own field and toil from dawn till dusk for them. What thanks did they receive in return? They weren't even generous enough to offer them a sip of water. Mother Sang snorted starkly, continuing to glare at them through her nose. "We're taking Yusin with us, along with her belongings. Clothes, shoes, everything. We'll also need to discuss child support. Tang Xinyan, how much do you plan to give us each month?" Tang Xinyan held his daughter tightly, his lips thin and taut, the chapped corner of his mouth splitting open with a cut that bled, like the state of his heart at that moment. "I can't give you my daughter." Tang Xinyan held Tang Yusin even tighter. Yusin was his flesh and blood, growing up under his care. How could he bear to hand her over to others, never to see her again, never to hear her call him, Daddy, again? "You won't give her to us?" Mother Sang's voice rose. "She is my daughter's child. How dare you not hand her over?" "Yes, she was birthed by your daughter." Tang Jijun stepped forward to shield his older brother, speaking vehemently. "But my brother is the one who raised her alone." "Tang Xinyan, we are not fools." Sang Zilon finally stepped forward from the crowd. "You divorced me. Give our daughter to me. Now give her to me." She extended her hand towards Tang Xinyan. Had he not held his daughter so tightly, she might have dashed forward to snatch the child from him. "But didn't you say?" Tang Xinyan's sturdy hands were clammy with sweat. "You said we'd let the child decide. She's 3 years old now. old enough to understand. All right, Sang Zilan didn't seem to worry. No matter what, Yusin would eventually have to leave with her. Yusin was her daughter. Naturally, she would have to take her away. Yusin, I am your mommy, Sang Zilan cooed at Yusin. Agreed, right? You, mommy, will leave together? We will go to the city, live in a big house, eat delicious food, wear pretty clothes, see all kinds of cars. Sound good? Last time when she spoke this way to Yusin, she agreed immediately. Children are easy to appease after all. Yusin remained held by her father. The young lady in front of her was none other than her mother from her previous life. That laughing face, as it had been in her past life, still seemed hypocritical and somewhat disgusting. Yes, in her previous life, Sang Zilan had just managed to deceive her into the Wei's home and left her father. She even planned to trick her into giving away her compensation money. This woman lacks principle and moral integrity. If she did have any, she wouldn't have had an affair with Wei Tian during her marriage and given birth to Wei Jiani, falsely claiming that she was Wei Tian's daughter from his previous marriage when, in fact, she was her own child. This life was just like the last one. Sang Zilan brought many people with her, trying to coax her with sweet words. Yusin never planned to leave with Sang Zilan. She had completely forgotten about this matter. It was not this day that she was taken away by Sang Zilan and Tang Jinyin, fearing for his daughter's hardships, scraped together his life savings of 500 yuan and handed it over to Sang Zilan. That sum of money at that time was equal to 50,000 yuan in today's terms. As for whose pockets this money ultimately ended up in, Yusin didn't know. All she knew for sure was it certainly wasn't hers. Sang Zilan continued to extend her arms, waiting for Yusin to allow her to hold her. She eagerly awaited to leave this impoverished place, and of course, she would take the money from home. Otherwise, how could she, a single woman, raise a daughter? Yusin, what's the matter? She kept smiling, but her face started to twitch. What's wrong with this child? Has she gone stupid? Why isn't she obedient today? Normally, she would eagerly seek out her mother. Yusin, come over to mommy. Mommy will take you to see the tall building with many floors and lots of yummy food. Sang Zilan extended her hands forward. Mommy will buy you a beautiful dress. How about that? Tang Yusin remained still. Just when Sang Zilan couldn't help wanting to snatch Tang Yusin away, Tang Jijun stood in front of his eldest brother. Enough, Sang Zilan. He called out Sang Zilan's full name. What's the point of deceiving a child like this? What deception? As soon as Sang Zilan heard this, her face turned stern. I'm talking to my daughter. It's none of your business. Get out of my way. Tang Jijun clenched his teeth and stood stiffly, blocking his eldest brother and niece from Sang Zilan. As long as he was there, he wouldn't let the Sangs bully his honest, naive older brother or take little Xinshin away. Sang Zilan, what's the meaning of all this? Weren't you going to let the child choose? Just let her choose. What would she know? Sang Zilan rudely interrupted Tang Jijun. She's just 3 years old. If you guys confuse her, wouldn't your words be the final say? Today, I must take my daughter away. Xiping, go help your sister take the child over, Sang's mother said arrogantly. She was sitting like some empress dowager. Why waste time here? Just get the kid, grab our things and leave this poor place. Staying a minute longer made her uncomfortable. The two Sang brothers advanced forward, and the villagers Tang Jijun followed suit. Both sides seemed ready for a fight. Just then, a childish voice rang out. Very clear, very crisp. Like droplets of cold water, it seemed to freeze everyone's heart with its chilling, piercing tone. Daddy cannot get a stepmother. Can you, Mommy, be content with only one child? Tang Yusin lifted up her face and stared at Sang Zilan. Mommy, can you do it? Can you be content with just me? How is that possible? Sang's mother harshly replied before Sang Zilan could. Your mother will eventually remarry. How could she only care for you? In the future, she will need someone to support her in her old age. But my daddy only needs me, Tang Yusin said, clinging to Tang Jinyin's neck. Her father, who was honest to the core, did not marry in his previous life for fear of wronging his daughter. She believed he would do the same in this life. Yes, I can, Tang Xinyan replied, hugging his daughter tight. I, Tang Xinyan, can live my life without taking another wife, without needing a son. His Jijun was still here. Plus, having a daughter brought him tremendous satisfaction. He didn't want a son who would end up competing for affection with his beloved Yusin. His Yusin was such a good and beautiful girl. He would never ever let her be bullied by anyone, not even his own son. At this, Sang Jilan's face froze, as did the face of Sang's mother. Xin, come with mommy. You can't live without a mother, can you? Sang Jilan suddenly teared up. Was she playing the card of family bonds? But how many of these tears were real and how many were feigned? Tang Yusin didn't want to guess. Maybe Sang Jilan's tears were real. Maybe she was genuinely concerned. Maybe she was genuinely heartfelt. However, in a few years, in a few decades, could she still maintain this? Or would she become that selfish mother who did whatever it took to hurt her ex-husband and the daughter he bore, all for the sake of her own daughter? Using the money from the daughter her former husband gave his life for, to support her other daughter. Can you say this mother is selfish? Yes, she is selfish towards Tang Yusin, but selfless towards Wei Jiani. All mothers are selfish and biased. All you could say is that she favors her other daughter, and Tang Yusin, being incapable, could not win her mother's love, and she doesn't want such kind of motherly love in this life anyway. She turned her face away, refusing to look at Sang Zilan's hypocritical face. Before her rancor sets in, she hopes that Sang Zilan would no longer appear before her. Otherwise, each recollection of past life events would intensify her resentment. Xin, Sang Zilan was torn apart. She refused to believe that the daughter she gave birth to was unwilling to go with her, even rejecting her. I'm your mother, Xin, I'm your mother. I know. Tang Yusin turned her little face back around. Abruptly, her innocent face was adorned with a pair of bottomless black eyes that seemed clear and bright but were actually inscrutable. Mother has a little sister now. She doesn't need Xin. With her little mouth puckered up, the words she spat out, one word at a time, were tinged with an unexpected chilly gust of wind that unexpectedly made Sang Zilan shudder. And the phrase little sister also changed her complexion somewhat. Yusin, what are you talking about? How can your mother possibly have a little sister? Her voice harsh, she directly chastised her daughter. Yet, the panic in her eyes and the abrupt change in her voice tone clearly revealed her angst. Tang Xinyan, an honest man, might not understand. He probably thought that his daughter was referring to Sang Jilan's colleague's child, whom she brought along, as her little sister. But it was not so. He was too naive, too trusting of Sang Zilan. His assumptions were just that, assumptions. In reality, Sang Zilan had long made him a cuckold. And this cuckoldry had lasted for over 2 years. All Tang Yusin did was to mention it. Whether it happened or not is not something that Sang Zilan could deny by simply saying it didn't. Heaven knows, earth knows, Tang Yusin knows, and obviously, Sang Zilan herself knows too. The affair she had, the child she bore. She can't deny it. In the end, Sang Zilan became conscience-stricken. She was wondering if Tang Yusin had seen something. But that was impossible. Jiani was only 2 years old and had always been with Wei Tian. She had never been to Li Tang village and, naturally, she hadn't mentioned anything to Tang Yusin. But Tang Yusin clearly had never seen Jiani, and she was just 3 years old. How did she know all this? But Sang Zilan's heart was uneasy because of Tang Yusin's words. Perhaps it was guilt. She was scared and was afraid of being found out. Upon seeing Sang Zilan appearing distraught, coupled with the words Tang Yusin had just uttered, particularly the phrase, little sister, Tang Jijun had a sudden sinking feeling. Could it be that Sang Zilan had someone else and so insisted on divorcing his brother? Sang Zilan no longer insisted on taking the child, and Mother Sang felt her face burn. Why did people look at her so strangely, as if she was exposed and surrounded by others? They didn't take their belongings, refused to take money, and didn't even mention the child. The family came in haste and left as if fleeing in disarray. Big brother, don't you think this is strange? After seeing off the villagers and expressing his gratitude, when Tang Jijun returned, he discussed the matter with Tang Jinyan. Your sister-in-law seems eerily guilty. Do you reckon she's seeing someone else? Don't speak nonsense. There's no such thing, Tang Jinyan cautioned his brother. Though we're getting divorced, she still remains your sister-in-law until it's finalized. But, bro, your sister-in-law definitely seems guilty. Do you think she's with someone else? Don't speak nonsense. There's no such thing. Tang Xinyan chided his brother once again. We may be headed for divorce, but until then, she's still your sister-in-law. But, bro, Tang Jijun had a hunch that something was off. It was strange how, out of the blue, she stopped coming home, showed no affection for their daughter, and talked of divorce. It was far-fetched to believe that she bore no feeling of guilt in her heart. He had wanted to discuss this with Tang Xinyan, but his older brother had turned away, focusing instead on their daughter, evidently uninterested in discussing these matters. He appeared completely convinced of his own cuckoldry. Tang Xinyan tucked in Tang Yusin with her blanket, his large hand resting on his little daughter's head. This small, tender being was his daughter, the only child he'll ever have in his life. I know, he spoke, his eyes reflecting an unacknowledged hurt. Your mother looked down on me? When we married, she wasn't really interested in me. The only reason she agreed was because of the generous wedding gifts from my family. Later, after I married her, I earnestly wanted to treat her well, regardless of how arduous or exhausting it was. But in her heart, I wasn't the man she wanted. I also know that our divorce is inevitable. Regardless of whether your mother is seeing someone else, it doesn't matter. If she wants to leave, then she should just go. I still have you. What's the use of keeping someone by force if their heart is not here with you? Tang Yusin wasn't asleep, not really. She only opened her eyes after Tang Xinyan left. She had always perceived her father as an honest, simple farmer, with slow wits and focused solely on tilling the land. But now, she finally understood. He knew and understood everything. He had a clearer perspective than anyone else. The reason why he gave money to Sangjilan even after knowing about her marriage. Perhaps he just wanted Sangjilan to owe him a favor. In her previous life, her deepest regret was towards this father. Initially, it was Sangjilan who forbade her from meeting her father. She was too timid, too fearful. But later, it was her father who started avoiding her, probably threatened by Sangjilan. She could only realize how difficult her father's life was after she started working. Yet, she didn't know how to communicate with him properly anymore after all these years. Just when she decided to completely disregard Zhang Yongyan and Sangjilan, intending to live safely with her father, she died and hurt her father's heart all over again. She was well aware that in her previous world, her death wouldn't have elicited tears from anyone besides Tang Jinyan. Perhaps in her view, her absence would make things a bit better. At least she wouldn't stand in the way of certain people. But her poor old father was left to outlive his child. Sang Jilan and Wei Jiani still carried on, but her father lost his only daughter. At this thought, she felt a sudden chill in her eyes. She hurriedly reached out to wipe her face, only to discover that she had inadvertently been crying again. No matter what, she knew that Sangjilan was certain to divorce, and she would definitely not follow along Sangjilan's path in this lifetime. The next day, Tang Xinyan put an extra layer of clothes on his daughter, and then picked her up. "Daddy, are we going out?" she asked Tang Xinyan, who was walking out. They were clearly on the road out of the village. Where were they going? "Yes, Daddy is taking you to see Mommy." Tang Xinyan bundled up his daughter with a scarf. Although it was spring, there was still a chill in the air. "I don't want Mommy." Tang Yusin turned her face away. She was long past the age of needing her mother. When she was bitten by a rat, where was her mother? When she was hit by Wei Jiani, where was her mother? When her own sister stole her husband, where was her mother? All her life, she'd only saved up enough for a house. Originally, she planned to have her father move there with her, but they tricked her into handing it over to Wei Jiani first, saying this would help Wei Jiani get married. But who did she marry? She married her sister's husband, her own brother-in-law. Okay, no mommy, said Tang Xinyan, as he felt the items in his pocket, the family's household registration and his marriage certificate. He was prepared to divorce. Since it came to this, there was no need to delay any further. He would also let her go, let her live her own life. Tang Xinyan held Tang Yusin and boarded the bus. The bus stop was not far outside the village, just wait by the side of the road. Although Tang Xinyan seldom ventured into the city, he knew the bus schedule. The transport from their village to the city was convenient enough. An hourly service from 6 in the morning till 8 at night. It was the same bus that Sang Zilan took between Li Tang village and her workplace. Sang Zilan's workplace was a textile factory in the city, which she had labored much to enter. After she started working there, she changed, looking down on the village folk, and Tang Xinyan too. No, it should be that she never respected Tang Xinyan. She always felt that marrying him was beneath her. Given her appearance, she really should get married into the city. So when she was working in the city, she never mentioned she was from the village. Also, she was pretty and knew how to dress up. Wasn't she just like a city dweller? Tang Yusin sat in the bus, looking out of the not-so-clean window. She knew that at this time in her previous life, none of this had happened. Today, she should have been taken away by Sang Zilan. She too sat in the same bus, watching the landscapes recede behind her. Signs of wilderness were everywhere, and the bus was bumping here and there. Somehow, she fell asleep amidst the jostling, and knew no more till she woke up again in the Wei family's house. From then on, she went from being the Tang family's little princess to the Wei family's little cabbage. She sat obediently in the bus seat, swinging her little feet. This trip, who knew if they would encounter Wei Tian? If they were lucky, they might really run into him. She'd let her father see clearly the ugliness of Sang Zilan. Such a woman did not deserve to be someone's wife or mother. If only that could happen. She didn't wish to see them suffer, but she wanted to distance herself from those people. She wouldn't seek revenge because she didn't yet have the power to do so, but she also didn't want them to turn around and hurt her. After approximately an hour of being jostled in the vehicle, they finally arrived in the city. Tang Yusin rubbed her eyes, feeling a slight sting and discomfort. She wanted to sleep, but she managed to stay awake until now without dozing off. Carrying her in one arm, Tang Xinyan also got out of the vehicle. In order to save a few cents on the fare, he walked to where Sang Zilan worked. These few cents could be used to buy a few more pieces of caramel for his little Yusin. Tang Yusin could feel that Tang Xinyan was not only a little out of breath after a short walk, but his clothes had also become somewhat damp. Holding her, despite her not being too heavy, was exhausting after a while. However, no matter how tired he was, Tang Xinyan never stopped. After approximately 2 hours, they finally arrived at the textile factory where Sang Zilan worked. Comrade, could I ask if Sang Zilan is in? Tang Xinyan had never been here before, so he was a bit nervous. Even his voice quivered as he spoke. You're looking for Sang Zilan? The gatekeeper sized up Tang Xinyan for a while, then looked at the child he was holding. The child was quite attractive, very well-behaved, and rather pretty. What a beautiful child! The gatekeeper couldn't help but praise. Tang Yusin opened her small mouth and smiled, looking even more cute and lovable. Yes, she is beautiful. When she was young, she often heard this praise. However, she heard it mostly when she was at home. Old people in the village always said Tang Xinyan's child was very pretty, with double eyelids, big eyes, and a little face. But as the elderly saying goes, children should not be too beautiful, otherwise, they may not look as good when they grow up. Perhaps it refers to her. She was beautiful as a child, but after growing up, she became unattractive, short, and thin. Her skin was also amongst the worst, dark and dull. On top of that, she wore glasses, which gave an impression of knowledge, but did not add to her attractiveness. She wondered if her plain, pure appearance now was a mask, that she was initially a freshly steamed baozi but later became a monotonous bun. Hold on. The gatekeeper seemed pitiful toward the child. On a cold day like this, workers in the factory wouldn't be allowed to leave while working. Tang Xinyan, holding Tang Yusin, sat on the steps nearby. He took out a warm water bottle from his coat and placed it in front of his daughter. Yusin, take a sip of water. Tang Yusin shook her head. Daddy, you drink. Daddy won't drink, Tang Jinyan replied with a smile. However, his lips were visibly chapped. The water he carried wasn't much, fearing that if he consumed it all, his daughter would have nothing to drink. Tang Yusin shook her head again. If Daddy doesn't drink, Xin won't drink either. All right. Tang Jinyan opened the bottle, took a small sip by himself, then handed the bottle to his daughter. Learning from her father, Tang Yusin also took a small sip. The father and daughter sipped their water alternately. It didn't take long for the bottle to empty. Shaking the now empty bottle, Tang Jinyan felt a bit uneasy. How could they have failed to notice that they had already finished their water? They weren't thirsty right now, but what about later? They still needed to take the bus and go back. Soon after, the old gatekeeper stepped out. They informed him that Sang Zilon hadn't come to work today. Hadn't come to work? Tang Jinyan calculated the time. That wasn't possible. It wasn't her off day. How could she not be at work? Tang Jinyan was more aware of Sang Zilon's work schedule than anyone else. He was constantly calculating it, thinking about when she'd be working and when she might come to see their daughter. However, no matter how long her time off was, she never seemed to come back. Recently, she was coming home more often, but it was to divorce him. That's right. The old gatekeeper nodded his head. She hadn't come in, and hadn't been seen since yesterday afternoon. I see, Tang Jinyan sighed. But what could he do? If she wasn't there, he couldn't wait endlessly. Though it didn't matter to him personally, he could just huddle somewhere. But what about Xin? She was so young. What if she caught a cold? He had just decided to leave with his daughter, but Tang Yusin started speaking to the gatekeeper in her little girl's voice. Grandpa, could you please give us some water? We have a long journey home, and we've run out. Sure, there's plenty of water, the gatekeeper replied. The title of Grandpa tugged at his heartstrings. He gave a stern look at the adult Tang Jinyan. Why didn't you just say so if you didn't have any water? Water doesn't cost a dime, you know. I wouldn't mind if it was just you, but the child is so small. You couldn't possibly let her go thirsty, could you? This scolding made Tang Jinyan, the grown man, blush. This rural farmer from Shur City was still honest and direct. The gatekeeper wasted no time and filled their water bottle to the very top. Tang Jinyan placed the water bottle inside his jacket. The cotton jacket he was wearing was very big enough to hold more than just the one water bottle. However, this time they were returning empty-handed. Tang Yusin continued to be carried by her father. Since arriving here, Tang Jinyan hadn't let her go. Although his arm ached from the strain, he had heard that the city was not safe and many children had been kidnapped. Therefore, he needed to keep his daughter close. However, Tang Jinyan was at a loss as to where to go next. They hadn't found her, and she hadn't been at the employee dormitory. Coming here was no small feat. If they went back today, coming back would be a challenge. They had farm work to do and vegetables to grow. Plus, the weather was bad, and he couldn't be bringing Yusin out all the time. Ji-jun was working in someone else's field, and he couldn't take care of Yusin. Besides, Ji-jun didn't have any experience being a father. How would he take care of a child this young? Throughout the journey, Tang Yusin was far from calm. She had a lot on her mind. After Sang Zilon had taken her to the Wei family, Wei Jiani fell ill and was hospitalized for over a month. Now, Sang Zilon was nowhere to be found. She hadn't been at work or the employee dormitory. The gatekeeper mentioned that she had been taking a lot of time off. That meant that right now, she should have been at the hospital. She couldn't remember when in her previous life she had gone back with Sang Zilon. But even if they delayed for a few days, it wouldn't change the fact that Wei Jiani was sick. After much hesitation, Tang Jinyan decided to head towards the bus station. Daddy, my stomach hurts. Tang Yusin squeezed her eyes shut and managed to squeeze out a few tears. Although she wasn't a child, she couldn't naturally master the ability to cry or laugh on command. But she at least managed to force out a few tears. What's wrong? Tang Xinyan asked in surprise. Why does my stomach hurt? Daddy, my stomach hurts. Tang Yusin was reminded again of her pathetic fate in her past life. The healthy young farmer in front of her was now nothing but a thin old man, which made her feel unwell and made her eyes tear up uncontrollably. It's okay, don't be afraid. Tang Xinyan quickly hugged her daughter. Daddy will take you to the doctor. After seeing the doctor, the pain will disappear. Now, he genuinely thanked their fortune of living in the city. What would they do if this were a severe illness? Stomach pain is not a minor issue. He hurriedly took his daughter to the only hospital they have here, a place they both know. Wei Jiani was also staying in this hospital. Tang Xinyan carried his daughter into the hospital, got registered, and busied himself attending to her. Tang Yusin's small hand was tightly clutching the corner of her father's clothing, while her large eyes brimmed with curiosity towards her surroundings. She had come to this hospital in the past to see Wei Jiani. Of course, it was Seng Zilan who brought her, and she was told to perform somersaults to entertain Wei Jiani. Back then, she was only 3 and understood nothing. When Wei Jiani asked her to do a somersault, she did it. When she was coached to growl like a fierce dog, she mimicked it. When Wei Jiani wanted to ride on her back like a horse, she resisted. Wei Wani even scratched her face. She cried for her mother, but her mother advised her that Wei Jiani was her younger sister, and she needed to yield to her. So, whenever there were new clothes, they were always worn by her sister first. Whenever there was something appetizing to eat, she could only drink the soup. In their studies, whenever her sister performed poorly, she was coaxed to stay back a year with her. Moreover, she had to work and provide for her sister's college fees rather than attend college herself. If it weren't for her father who insisted on her going to college and even paid her tuition, there's no way she could have become a doctor. She only came to realize all of this later. Otherwise, given the Wei family's prejudice, how could she possibly have continued studying? They would have certainly made her work and use her earnings to fund her sister's tuition and living expenses. Not much has changed. Wei Jiani still gets sick. Tang Yusin wondered if it was because Wei Jiani fell ill that Seng Zilan wanted a quick divorce. Moreover, she also demanded Tang Xinyan to produce the alimony, all of which was used for Wei Jiani's hospital fees. Vaguely, Tang Yusin remembered that Wei Jiani's illness during that time was particularly severe. Back then, Wei Tian and Seng Zilan were just ordinary workers. They might not have even earned 100 in a month. Wei Jiani's hospitalization supposedly cost a lot. While they valued their child, they also valued their money. Hence, they were quick to finalize the divorce with Tang Xinyan. Though Tang Xinyan did not earn much, he could still borrow money. Given his kind nature, most people in the village would lend him money upon request. They were only concerned about borrowing money. As for repayment, that was something that Tang Xinyan had to take care of. Tang Xinyan, indeed, went all out. He borrowed from everyone in the village and managed to gather $500, all of which Seng Zilan took away. Afterwards, Tang Xinyan spent several years paying off this debt. In addition, when something happened to Tang Jijun, Tang Xinyan aged significantly as a result and had to take on a laborious life. One could say that Tang Xinyan's tragedy started the day Tang Yusin was taken away. And Tang Yusin's sorrow began the moment she left the Tang family. Tang Xinyan carried his daughter to see the doctor. The registration fee at that time was very cheap, only a few cents, but there were so many people in the hospital that they had to stand in line. And Tang Yusin seemed a bit lethargic, didn't want to talk. In fact, she was thinking about how to make her father understand the true colors of Seng Zilan, so as to stay away from that woman and not to be taken away by Seng Zilan. Seng Zilan was not their hope as a father and daughter, but rather the executioner who would kill them. Tang Xinyan held his daughter trembling. His palms were cold with sweat. What's wrong? The white-coated doctor touched Tang Yusin's forehead. The child seemed listless, and he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Doctor, my daughter has a stomachache. The color drained from Tang Xinyan's face, even paler than Tang Yusin's. He was truly frightened. Stomachache. The doctor touched Tang Yusin's forehead again. It wasn't hot, and she didn't appear to be sick. Her little face was rosy and healthy. What could possibly be wrong? He had them set her down. The doctor asked Tang Xinyan to place Tang Yusin on the nearby examination bed. Then he checked for a long time, asking if this hurt, if that hurt, and Tang Yusin kept shaking her head. Child, tell Dr. Uncle where it hurts. The doctor again kindly asked Tang Yusin. The child must be in pain. Children this small don't lie. Tang Yusin lifted her little face. She was bright, pretty, and clean-cut. Indeed, a good-looking child has its advantages. She could feel that the doctor's attitude toward her was very sincere. He even smiled genuinely. Uncle, Xinxin's tummy hurts. She pointed to her stomach. Tummy is hungry. The doctor. Tang Xinyan. How long has this child not eaten? The doctor asked Tang Xinyan. At this, Tang Xinyan felt embarrassed, licking his chapped lips. We haven't had anything to eat since we came out this morning. This morning? The doctor furrowed his eyebrows. What were you thinking? Even a small child would get hungry, let alone an adult. It is no wonder her stomach hurts. After pondering for a while, he opened a drawer, took out a piece of bread, and put it in front of Tang Yusin. Take it. We couldn't possibly. Tang Xinyan quickly shook his hand. They had come for an examination, not to eat someone else's food. Just take it. The doctor stuffed the bread into Tang Yusin's hand. It's almost my mealtime, and I won't eat it. Give it to the child. Thank you, Uncle. Tang Yusin politely thanked him. She really thought the doctor in front of her was the most adorable person she had ever met, which is why she became a doctor in her past life, and she would still want to be a doctor in this life. This child is very well behaved. The doctor ruffled Tang Yusin's hair affectionately. She had been very good since they arrived. She didn't cry, and she cooperated fully. She was a well-raised child. Thank you, doctor. Tang Xinyan thanked him profusely. He carried his daughter out, sat on the bench outside, took out the bread, and put it in front of Tang Yusin. If Xinxin ate a little, she wouldn't be hungry, and her stomach wouldn't hurt. Tang Yusin took it, but with her small hands, she split the bread in two, and put the larger half in Tang Xinyan's hand. Daddy, eat. Daddy's not hungry, Xinxin can eat. Tang Xinyan laughed heartily, but didn't touch his piece of bread. If Daddy won't eat, Xinxin won't eat either. Tang Yusin put down her bread, displaying her obstinacy as a young girl. Tang Xinyan had lately started to get a sense of his daughter's temperament. She's grown and has become more perceptive, but she's also become more stubborn. She was always a stubborn child. He had no choice but to pick up the bread and started eating with his daughter. On their way back, he planned to buy more for her to snack on. For drinking, he took out a bottle of water from his own bag. The water was still hot. They were in the hospital, so the availability of water was not a concern for them. With the bread shared and some water drank, both father and daughter were now satiated, at least for the time being. Daddy, I need to pee. Tang Yusin tugged at Tang Xinyan's sleeve, her face expressing an unbearable helplessness. It was like being thrown back to her childhood, where she had to cope with less than ideal situations. However, this particular issue of going to the bathroom was a constant headache to her. When she was younger, after using the toilet, it was her father who cleaned her up. However, she was a girl, a 30-year-old woman. The mere thought of needing such help was heart-wrenching. So now, when she needs to use the restroom, she insists on doing it herself. Tang Xinyan didn't think much of it, assuming it was just part of his daughter growing up. But how much could a 3-year-old have grown between now and the past? How much could she have changed? He asked a nurse for directions, and then took his daughter to the restroom. The place where they had fetched water earlier was quite close to it. Be careful, don't trip and fall, he silently told his daughter. As a grown man, Tang Xinyan couldn't go into the women's restroom, nor could he just let his little girl go in alone. What if she fell into the toilet pit? Tang Yusin finally ventured into the restroom, amidst her father's numerous admonishing. She was extremely desperate to relieve herself. Even though she could have just peed behind a big tree considering her age, as an adult at heart, she couldn't bring herself to do so. Back then, toilets weren't flushing ones. In the hospital toilets, There was a water drainage channel, and the waste would be washed away later. After being careful and using the restroom, Tang Yusin finally emerged. "Daddy, I want to go upstairs." She pointed to the stairs. She noticed when she had arrived that the pediatric ward was on the second floor. All right. Tang Jinyan thought his daughter just wanted to play on the stairs, so he held her hand as they laboriously climbed up. Despite Tang Yusin being tiny, her family had made sure she was well-nourished and healthy, which gave her the strength to move around rather briskly. When they reached the second floor, Tang Yusin, hand in hand with her father, began wandering around. She had forgotten which room they were supposed to visit, and could only search randomly until she cast her gaze towards a faucet and saw the back of a woman. She found the figure incredibly familiar. Seems like Tang Xinyan recognized her too. After all, this was a woman he had shared bed and pillow with. It was impossible for him not to recognize her. However, why was Xilan in the hospital? Was she not feeling well? Worried, he hurriedly carried his daughter and went to Xilan, who was carrying a plastic basin and walking towards a ward. Tang Xinyan hastened to catch up, but stood outside the ward. Midway through entering the ward, he suddenly froze, because he could hear voices coming from the half-open door. "Nini, Mama will make some yummy food for you, okay?" Sang Xilan was seen tenderly stroking her daughter's hair and telling her, "Our Nini needs to be a good girl, okay?" Mama. Wei Jiani was not even 2 years old, and her speech was still staggered and unclear. She clutched her mother's fingers tightly, coming across as quite delicate and cute. "Yes, Mama is here, Mama is here." Sang Xilan cooed at her daughter with care, aware that her health was considerably fragile and that she would often drift back to sleep within minutes. "How is that affair progressing?" Wei Tian, taking advantage of Wei Jiani's sleep, pressed Sang Xilan further. "The hospital bills are still outstanding. When will you finalize the divorce with Tang Jinyan?" "It's almost done," Sang Xilan said, not particularly eager to discuss the matter. "We had agreed nicely that after our divorce, Yusin would live with me, and he'd give me 500 yuan. Then he would continue to give me 100 yuan each month. But now, Yusin refuses to stay with me for some reason. You need to sort this out quickly," Wei Tian expressed his impatience. "I get uneasy seeing you always running over there." "I know," Sang Xilan sighed. The child from the other side didn't want to come with her. What else could she do? She could only first prepare the child, and if the child was willing to walk with her, the rest would be easier, certainly more manageable. At the very least, she needs to get the 500 yuan first. They have to pay for Nini's hospital bills. The cost of Nini's illness had made them destitute. Just as she was about to continue speaking, suddenly, the door outside burst open. Somehow, the loud noise startled Sang Xilan, sending an involuntary shiver down her spine. As she slowly turned her head, she saw 2 figures, big and small, standing right at the door. Her face drained of color instantly. Sitting next to her, Wei Tian was taken aback as well. His complexion matched hers, and his body became rigid from shock. Tang Xinyan glared furiously at Sang Xilan, then at Wei Tian, and finally his gaze fell on the stack of clothes on the side. These were the clothes he had bought for his daughter, hand-picked with love. Xin hadn't worn them yet, but they've already gone missing. He thought he had misplaced them. Turns out he hadn't. They had been given to another child to wear. Since they loved another child so much, let that child call them mother. Then why did they need his Xin? Is it possible that all they wanted was that 500 yuan? Did they want him to provide for their entire family? Bending down, he scooped up Tang Yusin and placed his hand over her eyes, shielding her from witnessing things she shouldn't have to see. Tang Xinyan. Sang Xilan hurriedly got up. You are misunderstanding. It's not what you think." She wanted to explain, but every attempted explanation fell flat and seemed worthless. To put it bluntly, if someone else had made these accusations, Tang Xinyan might have laughed them off, but he was not a fool despite his naive nature. He had seen it with his own eyes, and heard it with his own ears. How could there be any falsehood? "Pack your things," he said, his face calm, but the turmoil inside him was about to break through. No man could bear such betrayal. He truly wanted to kill these adulterous women, but each time, the sight of his daughter held in his arms made him refrain. He held back, suppressed his rage. He even felt like a cuckolded man, but he swallowed all that bitterness, for he had to swallow it no matter how painful, no matter how hard it was. Let's finalize the paperwork. Cradling his daughter closer, he turned away, not bearing to look back at the scene. I have brought the necessary documents like the household registration, ID cards, and marriage certificate. Sang Zilan had been signaling Wei Tian repeatedly, but he ignored her signals, closing his mouth and remaining silent. There was nothing left to say. Wei Tian, who had been making valid points in previous arguments, now became as timid as an old turtle, not daring to make the smallest sound. Originally, they had hundreds of ways to make Tang Xinyan divorce, and regardless of the method chosen, Sang Zilan could always gain something, either money, property, or certain forms of compensation. Tang Xinyan would not let her leave empty-handed. However, now even if she desired something, Tang Xinyan would not be likely to give her anything. A man can bear a woman's disfavor, can endure her departure, but he cannot tolerate the green hat of betrayal atop his head. At the time they sat in the Civil Affairs Bureau, Sang Zilan held tightly to her clothing. She could only come here, only silently come over, for fear that Tang Xinyan would cause trouble at her workplace or Wei Tian's home. If that happened, both her and Wei Tian's future prospects would be ruined. Xinyan, why are you in the hospital? She cautiously asked, her tone unexpectedly humble. Ever since marrying Tang Xinyan, her status had been the highest in the Tang family. Neither Xinyan nor Tang Jijun dared to raise their voices against her. To divorce you, said Tang Xinyan, holding their daughter. There was no clear emotion in his voice. But how did you know I was at the hospital? Sang Zilan's tone rose in obvious anger. Was he tracking her? Xinshin had a stomachache. He gently laid his hand on their daughter's head. I brought her here to see the doctor. He lifted his face and stared directly at Sang Zilan. Have you ever asked Xinshin from beginning to end what she wanted? She's perfectly healthy, so what do you think I'm doing at the hospital? You treat other people's children kindly, but ask yourself, how do you treat Xinshin? Do you behave like a mother should? Tang Yusin's eyes were closed, but she wasn't asleep, and she didn't plan on letting her father know that Wei Tian was the baby's father. She didn't want her father's cuckoldry to be too severe. She would let him think that Sang Zilan neglected her own daughter because of someone else's child. Sang Zilan was clearly guilty, and when faced with these questions, she remained silent, not daring to refute a single word. Luckily, he still didn't know that Nini was her child. If he found out, she feared her reputation would be entirely ruined. She didn't know about Tang Xinyan yet, but Tang Jijun, that was the real problem, bold and persistent. So, she gritted her teeth and didn't argue for anything in the divorce, not even the custody of her own daughter. She was afraid that her secret pregnancy would be discovered. If so, Tang Xinyan and his brother would never forgive her. The two of them divorced in this way. Tang Xinyan packed up his things, picked up his daughter, and left. As Tang Yusin looked back at her mother one last time, her eyes were void of any light, like two black holes, a sight deeply terrifying. Xinshin. Sang Zilan finally realized something. That girl was also her daughter. As long as Tang Yusin acknowledged her, nothing bad would happen, nothing at all. What could Tang Xinyan do even if he found out? He still loved his daughter and wouldn't allow his daughter's mother to be disgraced or become an object of public scorn, right? Yet, Tang Yusin turned her face away. With a calm expression, she stayed close to her father. Right now, both of them exuded an air of melancholy and were rigidly unapproachable. At that moment, Tang Xinyan stopped and then lifted his daughter onto his shoulders. Xinshin, would you like some bread? Daddy can buy you some, said Tang Xinyan, with a smile on his face. He affectionately tousled his daughter's hair, but his eyes were full of sadness, ready to overflow. He was still upset, indeed quite aggrieved. All right, Yusin tightened her grip on Daddy's fingers and accompanied him into the store. Given the rare opportunity of visiting the city, Tang Xinyan bought a lot of things for his daughter. Though there wasn't much in the way of snacks available at the time, things like bread, peanuts, and milk candies were some of the few options available. And Tang Xinyan bought them all, with no mind to the cost. He then took his daughter to the department store, intending to buy her some clothes, as all her new clothes had been taken away by Sang Jilan. Now, as the weather was warming up, Tang Yusin had nothing to wear. They had arrived empty-handed, but upon departing, carried a heap of shopping bags. "Brother, how is everything?" Tang Xinyan had been waiting for his older brother to come back. He had been waiting nearly all day. Was something wrong? Just when he was growing restless, Tang Xinyan finally returned with Tang Yusin. He quickly took Yusin from Xinyan's arms. Seeing that she had already fallen asleep and that his elder brother was carrying many shopping bags, he proposed an idea. Ji-jun moved back home. Tang Xinyan, after putting the shopping bags away, straightforwardly suggested this to his brother. Okay, Tang Xinyan agreed without asking further questions. But the fact that his elder brother could say such words implied that the marriage had ended. Back when his elder brother got married, the Sang family, in addition to demanding an excessive dowry, had also insisted that Tang Ji-jun move out. At that time, Tang Xinyan had refused, saying that there was no reason his younger brother should have to leave his own home. Still, in the end, Tang Ji-jun had indeed moved out. He knew that if he didn't, his elder brother wouldn't be able to get married. Now it had been more than 4 years since he lived in the family home. In the interim, he had been living in a small, dilapidated house in the village. Now, he finally got to move back home, yet he couldn't bring himself to feel happy about it. If the price of moving back in was his elder brother's divorce, he would rather live in that dilapidated house in the field for the rest of his life. Tang Xinyan didn't say much else. He locked his household registration, ID card, and divorce certificate in a cupboard. After all the preparations, he breathed out a long sigh of relief. Really, he thought, what was the big deal? He had planned on going there to get a divorce anyway. Regardless of the reason, he and Sang Zilan were simply incompatible. The divorce was inevitable. Since the divorce was unavoidable, why dwell on the past? However, he felt somewhat comforted. At least his daughter, his precious Xinshin, was still by his side. He still had a daughter. He still looked forward to seeing her grow up, and he could still carry on with his life. Tang Ji-jun moved back home with his scant belongings. They had 3 large tiled rooms at home. One was used for storage, and the other 2 were living quarters. Tang Xinyan moved into the room he used to live in, which had not been inhabited for a long time since the Sang family members used it when they visited. He settled his bedding there. He sat there, heaving constant heavy sighs. But soon enough, he stood up again, rolled up his sleeves, and decided to give his full efforts. If everyone worked hard enough, surely their lives wouldn't continue to get worse. "What are you looking at?" Tang Ji-jun asked, pinching his little niece's face. The little one was round and tender. He believed no other kid in the entire village could be as beautiful as his little Yusin. Tang Yusin broke out a milky white toothy grin. She lowered her head, continuing to eat her meal, trying to figure out when her second uncle had had the accident. She remembered it vaguely happening around when she was 3, not long after she had left the Tang family. She didn't have strong memories of her third uncle. If she hadn't been reborn, she wouldn't even remember what he looked like. Her third uncle looked a lot like her dad. However, he likely resembled their grandmother more, with his thick eyebrows and large eyes. All the Tang family members were tall. Her dad was 1.75 meters, and her third uncle was even taller, about 1.8 meters. Yet she was only barely over 1.5 meters after growing up, with Sang Jilan not being too tall either at 1.63 meters. They hadn't inherited great height, and maybe it was also because their nutrition was not good when growing up, leaving her quite short. She continued to eat her meal obediently, and after she was done, her third uncle washed the bowls and then took her hand for a stroll outside. Lately she had been puzzling over when her uncle had had that accident. But she had no clue, and no one had ever mentioned it to her. Where was it? Where could it be? Ji-jun, good timing, said old Mr. Zhang from the village, calling out to them. The manure has piled up a bit too much at the village entrance. Could you handle it? You could also make some money from it. You're the only one who can handle this task. Haha. Okay, uncle. Don't worry, I got it. Tang Jijun laughed, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. The village had good water which was nourishing, so even those who seldom brushed their teeth had good teeth. Even the teeth of the elderly folk were not too yellow. Once your second uncle completes the job, he'll be able to buy some delicious milk candies for our Shinshin, Jinyan said, picking up Yusin as they walked towards the other end of the village. That place was where the villagers composted manure. How to dig out the compost was a mystery to the villagers, but Jijun knew. He was tall and sturdy, smart and handy. As long as he could excavate the compost from the village each year, he would earn a dozen or so yuan. Right now, in the transition between spring and autumn, those extra yuan could surely help in improving their living conditions. Tang Yusin was surprised and shocked at the same time. Was that dreadful event happening soon? She had heard in her past life that the second son of the Tang family had died while excavating compost. The compost pile, which had accumulated over a year, had collapsed on him, killing him instantly. The previous day, the second son of Tang had even mentioned wanting to see his little niece after earning some money. But he never got the opportunity to do so, and after that no one was left to support honest and straightforward Jinyan ever again. Tang Jijun took Yusin over to the manure composting field to take a look, but kept their distance to avoid the stench reaching little Yusin. Uncle, when will you dig the poop? Tang Yusin asked, wrinkling her little nose. And Tang Jijun was left somewhere between wanting to laugh and cry. Well, I'll dig it when you fall asleep, and then I'll get you some sweet milk candies, he replied. Tang Yusin grabbed Tang Jijun's clothing. Fine, she wouldn't sleep then. She intended to keep an eye on her second uncle. In her last life, she didn't stop anything. But in this life, she was determined to save Jijun's life. Tang Jijun picked up the shovel, ready to start digging the manure. It was best to get these things done early, since there was nothing to do in the fields at the moment. Not long after he left, Tang Yusin clambered out of bed, carelessly put on her shoes, and ran out after him. At that moment, Tang Jijun was busy scooping out the manure from the pit. He had already managed to dig a big hole, and his figure stood right in it. Second uncle, second uncle. Tang Jijun put down his shovel. Had he heard Yusin's voice? Hadn't she been asleep? She usually didn't wake up until nightfall. That's why he had ventured outside instead of playing with her. His big brother was a great farmer and a handy carpenter. Now that there was no work in the fields, he could take advantage of this free time to make a few stools for others to pad his income. He was the one looking after the little girl these days. Fortunately, she was easy to take care of and didn't make a fuss. His thought was to finish this job while she was sleeping to earn a bit more money for some tasty treats for her. So, why was she awake now? He put down his shovel and, sure enough, saw Tang Yusin standing not far away, her little face white as a sheet. What had happened? He quickly walked over to her. But realizing how he must smell, he felt a bit helpless. He knew how much the little girl, Xiaoyu, loved cleanliness. Second uncle. Tang Yusin ran over and hugged Tang Jijun, apparently not fazed by his smelly clothes. But soon her face wrinkled up into a small knot. Second uncle, you stink. Tang Jijun knew she would complain. Yes, second uncle knows he stinks. I'll go home, take a bath, and smell wonderful. However, before he finished speaking, he heard a sudden splash from behind him. As he turned around, he was completely stunned and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Tang Jinyan dusted off the stool he was working on. The stools he made were sturdy, and he was good at conserving materials. This allowed him to take on side jobs as a carpenter in other villages whenever he had free time, pulling in some extra money. Without this additional income, he wouldn't be able to indulge his daughter based solely on their farm's income. Although he was a man from the countryside, he made sure his daughter was always clean and wore the nicest clothes, much like a city child. Now that he had hope for a better life, he was determined to save more money. He wanted his daughter to wear the prettiest clothes, eat the tastiest food, aspire to go to high school, and eventually college. It was his failure as a husband that he couldn't keep his wife around. Therefore, he tried to compensate his daughter in other ways. He blew the dust off the stool again, then examined it from top to bottom, looking for any rough edges. Jinyan, brother Jinyan, suddenly, one of the villagers ran up, panting heavily. He pointed in a certain direction, but was too breathless to speak. Ha, Qianghua, what's up, any problems? Tang Xinyan picked up another piece of wood, pondering whether it could be made into another small stool. Ah, Qianghua suddenly jumped up, slapping his own kneecap. Xinyan, hurry and check it out. The dung pit at the village entrance collapsed. Ha, collapsed. Tang Xinyan was surprised. How did it collapse all of a sudden? Yes, it collapsed, Qianghua said with a choking voice. Xinyan, hurry and check it out. I heard your brother Jijun was shoveling dung earlier on. Boom! Tang Xinyan felt his head explode. He threw down the wood in his hand and ran off, almost tumbling forward. Jijun, Jijun. He called out while running, not knowing how his legs were carrying him forward. When he arrived, there was a stink all around. The air seemed completely permeated with the smell, fermenting and filling every corner. The dung heap had truly collapsed and was big enough to bury several people. Jijun, he wanted to rush in, his eyes turning red with urgency. But the people around him stopped him, not allowing him to go in. People were still digging, all with grave faces. Feeling weak at his knees, Tang Xinyan broke into loud sobs. The two brothers depended on each other for survival. After their parents passed away, Jijun was like a son to him. How their life had been, outsiders wouldn't understand, but they knew it implicitly. Their life had been hard. The two of them made it to adulthood, started their own families, and were just in their 20s. Now, to suddenly lose one another, how heartbreaking would that be? Brother, suddenly, it sounded as though someone was calling him. Tang Xinyan squinted his eyes and almost popped his eyes out when he saw who was standing in front of him. Jijun. Brother, it's me. Tang Jijun, holding Tang Yusin's hand, also had teary eyes. Who said men couldn't cry? They, the men in the village, had all cried before. Their tears were not out of pain but gratitude, grateful that they could continue to live, to be with their family, to take care of their loved ones. Tang Xinyan quickly wiped away his tears and got up from the ground. He ran the few steps to his brother, touching his arm and then his head. Jijun, you're okay, right? I'm fine. Tang Jijun broke into a smile and picked up Tang Yusin. This time, we owe it to our Yusin. She saved my life. If she hadn't come to find me, I might have been buried there. Thinking of the scene, even now cold sweat was breaking out all over his body. Even 1 minute would have been too late. Yes, even if it had been a minute later. If Yusin hadn't come running, the outcome, well, he would have been buried in the dung heap, and the result would have been death. Tang Xinyan hugged his daughter, so tightly, he was hurting Tang Yusin. But Tang Yusin still acted innocent although her tightly clenched fist was soaked with cold sweat. Once they were back home, Tang Xinyan started lecturing his brother. How many times have I told you not to do this? How dangerous it is. Why won't you listen? I told you to learn carpentry with me, but instead you keep persisting in this dung business. At this rate, you'll become so smelly you won't be able to find a wife. Who would want to marry such a stinky man? You'll put out the Tang family's lineage. How will you face our parents in the afterlife? Tang Xinyan was berated to the point where he could only stand there, looking like a wronged little girl. As he wiped the sweat off his head, he realized it wasn't easy to endure such scolding. His eyes started wandering aimlessly. Where did that little girl go? Why isn't she here to save her uncle? At this rate, your uncle's face will be bleeding from all the yelling. However, Tang Yusin's tiny head popped out from behind her father. Then, with her small hands resembling tender ginger, she began massaging her little face. Tang Jijun felt like vomiting a liter of blood on the spot. Usually, the kid was cute, but now, her behavior was like a knife in the heart. Meanwhile, Tang Xinyan was still ranting. He is a generally amiable person, but once his bottom line is crossed, he spares no one. You tell me, if one day you're killed by dung, don't you dare admit we're brothers in death. I'll be too ashamed of your disgrace. Bro, if I die, Who would even care that I smell? Tang Jijun's mouth twitched. They had been arguing for half an hour. Couldn't we stop mentioning the word dung? Our parents in the underworld. Tang Jinyan was genuinely upset with his brother's lack of aspiration. And then he thought about the incident earlier. If Tang Jijun had died from being buried in dung, he would never be able to face their parents again. You are not allowed to deal with dung anymore. Tang Xinyan shouted at Tang Jijun. If you continue, I'll break your damned legs. He found it awkward to say these words. Dung. Just dung. He was about to dip his head under the table when he saw Tang Yusin clinging to their father's leg. Tang Yusin, to his surprise, bended her crescent-like eyes upwards and scratched her petite face. Frustrated, Tang Jijun wanted to ruffle her hair so much that it would look like a bird's nest. The news of the collapse of the dung heap in the village caused people to become very cautious. In this age, life was fragile. One small mistake could cost a life. Hence, it was best to avoid dangerous tasks. Like the village's dung pit, no one dared to find dung now, for the money was not worth risking a life, especially not being buried alive by dung. It would be embarrassing and a disgraceful way to die. The villagers were superstitious and nobody wanted that. Uncle Zhong, thank you for your help. Tang Jinyan left his daughter with Qinzhong. Tang Yusin liked the aroma of medicinal herbs at Qinzhong's place. Therefore, whenever the Tang brothers were busy, they left their young sister Yusin here. It's no problem. I also enjoy spending time with her. She's quite precocious. Precocious? Tang Yusin nibbled on her own fingers. Being a woman in her 30s who had lived a full life, pretending to be a child was a disservice to herself. Once Tang Xinyan left for work, Qinzhong pulled Tang Yusin's hand and began teaching her about medicinal herbs, even testing her on the lessons from the previous class. It seemed as if he was purposely training her, yet she was only 3 years old. No matter how precocious she might appear to him, she was far from being a prodigy. Novel blur. But Qinzhong was just like a force-feeding duck, cramming stuff into her brain relentlessly, seemingly unafraid of bursting it. And now the result was that she had not yet burst, but Qinzhong was still shoving knowledge into her noggin. Nonetheless, Tang Yusin loved to listen. As long as it was related to medical skills, she adored it. In her previous life, she had been a dependable internal medicine doctor. Her mentor once said that she had a good temperament, could tolerate loneliness, and was steady. In operations, she was decisive and resolute. If something needed sewing up, she sewed it. If something needed cutting, she cut it. It was just a pity that she wasn't born into a medical family, as her achievements could have been even greater. So back then, she served as a small internal medicine doctor in that hospital, not particularly outstanding. Maybe after a few more decades of hard work, she could have become a director or something. Unfortunately, she didn't live long enough. Now, her interactions with these herbs brought her immense joy. Every day, just smelling the aroma of these herbs would put her in a great mood. Even if Qinzhong ruthlessly pulled at her budding comprehension, she happily allowed him to do so. Grandpa is giving you something, Qinzhong, taking Tang Yusin's small hand, led her into his study. Qinzhong had a myriad of books, many of which were ancient, perhaps even the only copies in existence. He unfurled a scroll, then squatted down before Tang Yusin. Unable to help it, Yusin was so small she could barely reach an adult's thigh. Either she had to raise her head or the adult had to squat down. Yusin, look, this is for you. Do you see the red dots on it? Remember them, and Grandpa will quiz you later. All right. Tang Yusin took over the scroll, pretending to be an innocent little girl, although a wave of excitement swept through her heart. As someone who had studied medicine before, especially Western medicine, she found traditional Chinese medicine rather mystic. She had never had the opportunity to explore in her past life, but now she had a fantastic chance to do so, which could not be missed. The scroll depicted an acupoint map of the human body. The lines represented meridians, and the red dots were acupoints, all clearly marked. She thought, even if she were stupid, silly, or clumsy, she had begun to study, to memorize from the age of 3. Over time, these would become instinctive, like certain memories deeply imprinted in her mind since childhood. Grandpa, may I look at those baby dolls in your books? She pointed at the ancient books in Chunjong's study. These antiques could be considered national treasures in the future. Being able to see them was her fortune. Misfortunes were uncertain. Those books surely contained valuable information, which she had been drooling over for quite some time. If she wasn't too young, she would have taken a bite already. Just like a sponge that had lost its moisture, these books now were her life-sustaining water. She needed water. She wanted to drink water. She desired books. She hungered for reading books. Nevertheless, she needed to bear with, to pretend being a little kid. Go ahead, go. Chunjong waved his hand for her to play on her own. Anyway, Tang Yusin was well-behaved. She wouldn't be naughty or mischievous like other kids. Luckily, he had some affairs to attend to, like processing the recently collected herbs, which left no time to accompany her. Tang Yusin ran excitedly into the study and picked out a book. On the book, there indeed were pictures of babies, but they were all names of herbs and recipes for treating diseases and saving people. She sat on the ground, holding the book, and started reading it carefully. After Chunjong had finished his own work, he found that Tang Yusin was still inside. She had been there for several hours. Could a child really have such a good focus? Anyway, he had never seen one like her. He went over and found that Tang Yu, who was inside, was slumped against the corner of the table. She had fallen asleep unknowingly. Indeed, she was holding a book in her small hands. It was the medical book passed down from his family. Of course, the child did not know how to read. She was only looking at the pictures of babies. And thus, she had fallen asleep while reading. Chunjong shook his head. He fetched a blanket to cover Tang Yusin, letting her continue sleeping. Children will always be children, with their variability. After he left, Tang Yusin opened her eyes. Her eyes were bright, showing no sign of sleepiness. In fact, she was awake all the time. She had pretended to sleep only after hearing Chunjong's footsteps. She felt it was better to be a carefree 3-year-old. Chunjong said she was extraordinarily precocious. But being too precocious was not a blessing, but rather a curse, especially in this era. Villagers were very superstitious. Anything abnormal was considered a demon. She didn't want to be thought of as a demon, so she must be careful in the future. She flipped through the book again and resumed reading with interest. However, she was very careful. She was reading the book, but her ears were catching the sounds around. Every time Chunjong was about to come in, she would either be playing or sleeping, or holding the book upside down, or mumbling to herself. She presented herself as a normal child. People in the village have started the busy planting season. Therefore, everyone in the village was very busy. Li Tang Village is a vegetable-growing area. All families not only have their own vegetable plots but also share some part of the river beach where they can plant sweet potatoes, peanuts, and potatoes. However, the land of Li Tang Village is most suitable for growing vegetables, making it a large vegetable-producing area. The nearby villages are also vegetable-growing areas, with their dedicated vegetable wholesale centers. During farming season, everyone in the village gets so busy that even children help in the field, being either help or not interrupting adults. Recently, Tang Yusin has been staying with Chunjong. Otherwise, Tang Xinyan really wouldn't know how to deal with his daughter. The field is both dirty and dusty. If he was busy working, he couldn't take care of her. Looking at the children of other families who were clean when they went to the field and rolled into mud balls when they returned home, and they couldn't go home until noon sometimes and had to eat the pancakes brought from home. They, as adults, could make do, but children couldn't. Despite being poor, he never let his children suffer. Fortunately, Chunjong liked Tang Yusin very much and was willing to look after her, managing her meals, sleep, and playtime. Seeing this, others thought about how much this could save them and wanted to send their children to Chunjong as well. However, Chunjong's stern face not only deterred the adults but also scared the children into crying, forcing them to refuse to go to Chunjong's. It's heartbreaking to see one's own child so timid and unassertive when a 3-year-old from Tang Xinyan's family is not scared at all. But why is our child so easily cowed? There were indeed many who proposed solutions, but after several trials, only Tang Yusin ended up staying with Chinzhong. She would often sit in Chinzhong's study and watch her dolls, and when she didn't have anything else to do, she would learn about medicinal herbs and acupressure points with him. Of course, she spent most of the time playing. Despite having a wildly vivid imagination, she knew she had to remember the lessons. Otherwise, Chinzhong would not have always greeted her with a friendly expression. His demeanor had noticeably softened, and he still ensured she had 3 meals a day. This was Tang Yusin's first year after her rebirth. Ever since Tang Xinyan divorced Zheng Jilan, the latter never returned. Sometimes, thinking about these past events would unsettle Tang Xinyan, flooding his chest with a formless anger and discomfort. Not anger for himself, but for Tang Yusin. Every time he saw Tang Yusin being well-behaved and obedient, looking adorable, he felt a sense of injustice and heartache on her behalf. How could Zheng Zilan abandon such a sweet child? It's been nearly a year, and she has not once come to see her daughter. Is someone else's child better than your own? Why does everyone else love their children, while she, Zheng Zilan, stubbornly plays the fool? Once the child is grown, she will most likely be seen as an ungrateful return for her upbringing. Daddy will take you to buy clothes, Tang Xinyan said cheerfully, holding his daughter as they headed into town. New Year was approaching, and he wanted to buy new clothes for his daughter. He earned some from selling vegetables today, which he decided to spend on a new outfit for her, putting aside other needs. Tang Yusin remembered the new cotton dress in the cupboard that she had not yet worn. She wanted to tell him about its existence, but seeing his joyful expression, she kept her words to herself. It was rare to see him this happy, even a bit enthusiastic. Otherwise, he would be forever digging in the fields without a hint of joy, seemingly using farming as an escape from something. Even the most honest man, when discovering he's wearing the proverbial cuckold's cap, is unlikely to act as though nothing happened. He can't help but wonder if anyone knows, if they're pointing fingers behind his back. A man can tolerate many things from a woman, just as Tang Xinyan did with Zheng Jilan. She could neglect the family, she could leave their daughter to his care, but she could not humiliate him by making him a cuckold. The green of it makes men envious. There is no man who can withstand such dishonor. Therefore, Tang Xinyan, who initially wanted to salvage their marriage, abandoned the thought. Zheng Jilan, who had originally intended to take more from him, divorced out of guilt. Even the Zheng family, always so demanding and insatiable, dared not make a scene. Only because they felt guilty. Only because they were afraid. The guilty party always bows its head in shame. Tang Yusin was worried that if things continued this way, her genuine, hard-working father might become a dejected man, only knowing how to farm and forgetting how to smile. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" Tang Xinyan asked, rubbing his daughter's head and pulling her to sit next to him. Tang Yusin shook her head, then grabbed onto the little braids her father had neatly made for her. "Your kid has grown up beautifully." The woman sitting next to them was quite envious of Tang Yusin, who was being held in Tang Xinyan's arms. Although they were all from the countryside, why was his child so fair, tender, and clean? Her little face was really beautiful, with big eyes and a small mouth. All of it was so white and adorable. "My child is a bit more behaved and doesn't dirty her clothes, so she looks cleaner," Tang Xinyan said modestly. But everyone could hear the pride in his voice. Tang Yusin touched her little face. She was cute as a child, but she worried she would become ugly when she grew up. Well, no matter what, she had to grow taller first. At least she wanted to be 1.60 meters. It would be a relief if she could reach 1.50 meters. There is no milk for sale now, and milk powder was quite expensive. Plus, she was quite older now. If she continued drinking milk powder, people would laugh at her. So, what should she eat to grow taller? Starting from now, she needed to develop a good dietary plan for herself. She couldn't expect her father to buy her expensive food, so she decided to eat as much as possible from whatever was available around her. She was always deep in thought and did not talk much. People perceived her as a well-behaved, easy-to-raise child. In reality, children these days were easy to raise. They could spend a whole day playing with a piece of mud, The older kids took care of the younger ones, and the younger ones cared for the ones even younger. If Tang Yusin were to live in the city now, she would be considered the first generation of single children. But, in the rural areas, even if they had to fight hard, parents would always try to give birth to a son. If a family had no male heir, they would be ridiculed for not having anyone to carry on the family name after their death. However, Tang Xinyan didn't mind this at all. He had no plans of remarrying. He just wanted to raise his daughter well, let her receive education, get into a good university, and escape from their poor mountainous region. Upon reaching the city, Tang Xinyan held his daughter's small hand and took her to buy clothes. There were no large shopping malls at that time. The supply and marketing cooperatives were transitioning and becoming the people's store, where people could sell their own items. Tang Xinyan bought his daughter a floral cotton jacket. If her cheeks were a bit redder, she would look like a complete country bumpkin. He couldn't understand the modern aesthetic sense which deemed it tacky. Regardless, Tang Xinyan liked it, and Tang Yusin didn't mind either. Although its flamboyant colors were considered vulgar, which child in the village did not dress like this? Having a new piece of clothing was already a big deal. Some families with poor conditions did not even have new clothes. Therefore, she was very content and satisfied. Tang Xinyan also bought some items for the Lunar New Year. He needed to buy couplets, peanuts, to offer to the children who would visit their home. Even if the adults didn't eat, the children would definitely need to have some. No matter the family's circumstances, he had never ever skimped on anything for his daughter. Tang Yusin held onto the corner of her father's clothes all the time, trying to free up his hands as much as possible for shopping. The lighter bags she would carry herself. Tang Xinyan's shoulders were weighed down by a snakeskin bag, with his daughter in his arms. And carrying all the other bags of shopping, they made their way home. The journey back was undoubtedly tough. She looked around. After getting used to the large mall with numerous supermarkets, it was her first time in such a primitive marketplace. In the late 70s and early 80s, the country was still very backward. Even the items in the mall were one of a kind and there were not many styles to choose from. But for people nowadays, this was considered fashionable. But one had to obey the rules if they were to survive here. To be too radical was not beautiful, it was a death wish. She turned her face away, but her small mouth involuntarily pursed. Her eyes, dark to the bottom, turned cool, like a slight breeze blowing in March that carried no warmth, only coldness. Not too far, a man was holding a 2- or 3-year-old child, picking out clothes. The little girl kept rejecting his choices, yet the man kept on coaxing her. Apparently, the woman had said something to the little girl that calmed her down. The man then placed the little girl on the counter, and the woman took a pair of shoes to put on the child. They were truly a sweet family of 3. However, the woman's face was all too familiar, sharing an uncanny resemblance with hers. "What are you looking at?" Tang Xinyan placed his large hand on his daughter's small face. Following his daughter's gaze, his expression soon mirrored Tang Yusin's. He blocked his daughter's eyes with his hand and lifted her into his arms with the other hand. His palm was warm yet extremely rough, causing Tang Yusin's skin to feel slightly raw. At that moment, Sang Zilan felt 2 unfriendly gazes intermittently looking her way. She turned her head subconsciously, and upon seeing Tang Xinyan and his daughter, her face changed instantly, showing signs of distress and mainly awkwardness. "Mommy, can you hold me?" Wei Jiani reached out her little hand for her mother to hold. If Sang Zilan didn't pick her up, she would cry. Both were daughters, but since Tang Yusin hadn't yet turned 1 year old, he was the one who raised her. Comparing both his daughters, the difference was evident even in little details. Sang Zilan loved Wei Jiani. To Sang Zilan, Tang Yusin might be just someone else's daughter. At that moment, Tang Xinyan's eyes became like sharp knives as he stared at Sang Zilan fiercely. He then picked up his bag and strode out. It was impossible for him to ever forgive Sang Zilan in this life. However, he abruptly stopped, as if realizing something, causing his face to become even more unpleasant. "Yusin, how did you know about having a younger sister?" Tang Xinyan asked his daughter. The girl who was just in Sang Zilon's arms and had just referred to Sang Zilon as her mother looked surprisingly like Sang Zilon. He then remembered how Sang Zilon had disappeared for more than a year when Yusin was just a few months old. Could it be possible? Tang Yusin also clenched her dress, realizing that Tang Xinyan was starting to suspect something. She lowered her eyes, deliberately speaking in a childish voice. Mommy said the clothes were for Uncle's little sister. She said the little sister was very pitiful and had no mother. But, Daddy, where is Uncle's little sister? Tang Xinyan held his daughter a little tighter. Xin, did you see your mom just now? Tang Yusin shook her head. I don't know. Xin doesn't remember Mommy. The auntie just now looked like Mommy, but she's not Mommy because the auntie has her own child. She was lying. In reality, how could she possibly forget certain people and certain events? Even if she were to live her life 2, 3, or even 4 times, she would never forget. Especially the face of Sang Zilon. Even if she were reduced to ashes, she would not forget it. What she remembered most, of course, was her cold face, her favoritism, and her manipulation of her and her father, from the moment she was born until her death. Our Xin is so clever. She knew that wasn't her mom, Tang Xinyan said with a smile, patting his daughter's hair. However, in his eyes was an inexplicable gloom, still because of Sang Zilon. She had actually loved another person's child more than her own. She's not Mom. Tang Yusin puckered her lips. She never put shoes on for Xin. And sure enough, after Tang Yusin said that, Tang Xinyan didn't question it, really believing that Sang Zilon had had her brain muddled by lard. He would adore his own daughter, and let her adore someone else's. Carrying loads of packages home again, all the way, Tang Xinyan was holding his daughter with one arm. He might be a plain farmer with no education, but he did have shoulders that could shield his daughter from wind and rain. His shoulders could carry the whole family, and they could carry his daughter as well. What are you thinking about? Chen Zhong reached out and knocked on Tang Yusin's forehead. Why are you daydreaming? Don't you like looking at your dolls today? He then knocked on the table, drawing Tang Yusin's attention back. Tang Yusin touched her forehead, pouting. Grandpa, that hurts. Does it still hurt? Chen Zhong knocked on her again. Your book is upside down. Why are you so distracted today? Take a good look at your dolls. It'll be good for you in the future. But Tang Yusin had a baffled look on her face. She had just become a 4-year-old girl. What could she understand? The dolls they were talking about were the images in these books. Some were acupoint maps, some were meridian maps, some were plant names used in traditional medicine, and some were about what they called the relationship of generation and restriction, etc. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes balancing yin and yang, transformations of the 5 elements, conforming to the seasons and cultivation of the body's vital energy. All of these were what Tang Yusin had come to understand after a year of studying, then stuffed into her little head daily by Chen Zhong, as if force-feeding a duck. Even adults may not understand these complex principles, but they were all pushed into her mind, no matter how much she could absorb and digest. Of course, every time he asked, Tang Yusin would shake her head, even if she had already memorized these things by heart, but she would never tell Chen Zhong. Despite this, sometimes she seemed a bit slow, causing Chen Zhong to feel both frustrated and determined, and he continued to feed her. She looked back at the room full of books. She had already read more than half of the books here. If she were to finish all of them, it would probably take a few more years. She was able to retain some of it, because after all, she was not that smart, and from memory, she was able to recall some of it. She was just working hard, memorizing as much as possible. However, thanks to a child's strong memory, these memories grew with her, and she managed to remember a good deal of it. Whenever she took a book, Chen Zhong would explain it to her, and then she would remember more. In this way, she managed to remember 70 or 80% of the contents. She no longer needed to doubt whether Chen Zhong was going to teach her or not. It was confirmed. He was treating her like a disciple and instructing her. Despite not having said it explicitly, his actions had made it clear. Grandpa, Tang Yusin put down her book in hand and ran over, pulling at Chen Zhong's hem. She lifted her little face, blinked her eyes, and displayed a charming innocence. She was used to being young again, accustomed to starting over, and had also learned to adorably play cute and obedient. Grandpa, is there any medicine that can make me grow taller? So that Shinshin can be as tall as Dad? She asked in her milky voice. Chunjong rubbed her head. Silly girl, if you grow as tall as your dad, no one would want you. No way, Tang Yusin thought. Future tall models were usually around 170 centimeters. Even if she genuinely grew that tall, she could still play basketball or be a model. Of course, she wouldn't be unmarriageable. Several decades later, the number of men would exceed that of women. There might be old bachelors unable to find wives, but there would never be any ugly women who couldn't be sold into marriage. Grandpa is there. She scrunched up her little nose. Even if she had to be as tall as a utility pole, she did not want to be a dwarf. She no longer wanted to wear high heels every day until her feet ached, or buy shoes with hidden heels. In fact, she wouldn't mind adding a few more centimeters to her height. She didn't want to have to pay 10 yuan every time she bought trousers, just to have them altered, not only costing her money but also ruining the trouser style. And she didn't want to end up treating an ankle-length dress as a nightgown. Let me think. Chunjong stroked his chin. If he were an ancient person, that action might have given him a wise, composed air. But modern people were unaccustomed to growing beards, hence it just looked a bit strange. There is, Chunjong patted Tang Yusin's forehead. I can give you the prescription, which consists of a few herbs mixed together, and I can even help you boil it. As long as you take it, you'll definitely grow taller. But you have to come and learn to read with me every day in the future. I don't want to go to school. Tang Yusin was actually thrilled inside, but she couldn't let the old man gloat. He had already squeezed her spirit dry. She was worried that Chunjong would uproot her growth as a young sprout. If you want to grow taller, you must go to school. Chunjong narrowed his eyes, threatening poor Yusin mercilessly. Tang Yusin's eyes turned red. She was now accustomed to being a child and could easily control her tears. She looked really pitiful with tears dotting her eyes, and a large tear trickled down her cheek. Grandpa, can I still grow taller without having to write? No. Chunjong lengthened his face, just like when Tang Yusin first saw him, aloof, haughty, and of course, bad-tempered. Tang Yusin nibbled on her finger and rolled her eyes at her childish behavior, realizing she had to play the whole card. She would have to give in deliberately. She sniffled. Then, Grandpa, I'll learn to write. I want to grow tall. I don't want to be as short as Uncle Pinghua. Pinghua was a villager. Standing only 149 centimeters tall, he was short and fat and looked like a watermelon. He was over 30 and still couldn't find a wife. Whenever the village children did not eat their meals properly, they were warned that they would end up like Pinghua, unwanted by anyone. Of course, Tang Yusin was one of them. Recalling her past life when she was only 152 centimeters tall, just making it over 150 centimeters, Tang Yusin felt like crying, even in her dreams. So, in order to grow taller, she had to accept even the most inhumane of requests. She didn't want to learn handwriting. She had been in school for a long time already. Starting from scratch again was torture for her. Plus, she was only 4 years old. It was unreasonable to put such pressure on a young sprout like herself. When she was about to leave, Chunjong gave her a bag of herbs. Take this home and ask your father to prepare a foot bath for you. It doesn't require much, just a little. This bag will last a month. Come back to me when you run out. Also, he sternly added, remember to come and learn handwriting with me tomorrow. All right. Tang Yusin carried the little bag with her tiny hands. It wasn't heavy, it was actually quite light. It contained nothing more than leaves, grass, roots, and such. At least, she won't have to drink it. No matter how beneficial herbs are, in excess, they can be harmful. Common sense dictates that all medicines can be poisonous in large amounts. It's completely true. She was anyway supposed to take foot baths every day. It was a habit she had developed from her previous life. She couldn't sleep without it. Her father, Chen Jinyan, instilled this good habit in her. No matter how busy or tired he was, he made time to prepare a foot bath for her. Tang Yusin was prone to getting cold hands and feet in the winter when she was little. It was Chun Zhong who advised them to make her soak her feet. With time, she got better. At first, Chun Jinyan was skeptical. However, after sticking with it for a year, Tang Yusin showed improvement. At least, some color returned to her face. Therefore, Chun Jinyan continued the foot baths without fail. Now that Tang Yusin brought a bag of medicinal herbs home, saying that it was for her foot baths, he didn't doubt it at all. When the herbs were soaked in a basin, a faint fragrance wafted out. It smelled like fresh green grass, only a bit more subtle. Tang Yusin immersed her little feet in the basin. Her petite toes were round and soft, simply adorable. She could never have dreamed of going back to her childhood and experiencing all of this again. Only everything was different this time around. As for her future plans, she didn't have any clear idea yet. She was only 4, and at this age, kids should be enjoying their playtime. They don't understand much, and usually follow adults around or are led by their older siblings, playing with mud, and being mischievous everywhere they go. Tang Yusin lay on her little bed. She had fought hard for it to get her own bed at such a young age. Children her age usually still slept with their parents. It was tough to get this small separate room for herself. She even deliberately fell off the big bed a few times, claiming that it was Tang Xinyan who had knocked her off. Tang Xinyan was dumbfounded at the time. After similar situations occurred several times, he had no choice but to partition a small room and make a small wooden bed for his daughter. It was a 1-meter bed with a guardrail. Despite this, he still found it hard to believe that he would have knocked his daughter off the bed while asleep. He was ordinarily rather still when sleeping. Was it possible that he moved in his sleep? Tang Yusin finally got her own little room and no longer had to intentionally fall off the bed. After a few falls, she ended up with quite a few bumps on her head. At first, Tang Xinyan was naturally worried about his daughter. He would wake up several times a night, afraid that she would kick off her blanket or fall out of her bed. After secretly observing her for a few days, he found that Tang Yusin was a very peaceful sleeper. She wouldn't kick her blanket or even turn over in her sleep. She would sleep soundly until morning and, thankfully, never fell out of bed again. Carried away with worry for half a month, finding sleep hard to come by, he eventually managed to let his anxieties rest. At last, Tang Yusin found herself with her very own private space. The book she held in her hands was borrowed from Chun Zhong. Additionally, she held a notebook where she noted down the key points from the book. She was studying medicine and knew how critical this knowledge was. Sometimes she thought that the books Chun Zhong had was the only one of its kind, procured from a place she didn't know, perhaps passed down through his family. However, these books wouldn't last long. The following year, when she was only 5, a great flood engulfed Li Tang village. Almost the entire village washed away. The roofs were barely left, never mind books. The books became nothing but dust in the flood. As for what happened to Chun Zhong, she never intentionally inquired. Word said that the Li Tang village suffered massive damage and was largely destroyed. It was only with government funding that the village was resurrected. The village underwent several years of reconstruction and gradually improved day by day. In those years, it felt as though the village was going through its toughest times. Tang Yusin was too young to preserve those books. She was fragile and fearful of any suspicion. She feared that the life she had struggled for wasn't joyous, but monstrous. So, every step she took was like treading on thin ice. She dared not make any missteps. The rural people were superstitious, so she dared not express herself too explicitly. Thus, she utilized Chun Zhong's book collection slowly and deliberately, copying as many as she could. With a shake of her little arm, she wondered how many books she could cover in a year. She would copy rare books. The others, she would try to find. If she could find them, she wouldn't need to copy them. How is this character written? With a snap, Tang Yusin's hand was hit. She quickly withdrew her little claw, eyes watering as she flattened her lips. Then, she looked at the character she had whimsically drawn on the paper. A farmer borrowed 2 marbles from me. I said give it back in 3 days, he said 4. I headed for his house and circled around. 3 leeks cost 3 dimes, a piece of tofu 6 dimes, a string of candied hawthorn 7 dimes. I am that farmer. This was a game rural children loved to play. Just for fun, she drew it without much thought. Then she was hit on her hand. She was still a baby. How could anyone be so cruel to a baby? Chunjong was strict in certain aspects, especially in medical skills. He couldn't afford to be lax. In the past, Tang Yusin would get her palms slapped if she mispronounced a name of a medicine. Chunjong used to say, "Never underestimate a medicine name. Even a tiny mistake can cost a life. If you mispronounce, you can correct it. But once a life is taken, how can you return it?" Tang Yusin understood this well. She strived to remember it clearly. The errors were just because she was a child. A child makes mistakes. All she wanted was some normalcy. Write correctly. Chunjong again slapped the desk. His face longer than a horse's, while Tang Yusin was on the verge of tears, holding her calligraphy brush. Indeed, the calligraphy brush. Chunjong said, "How could one be a good doctor without good handwriting?" She admitted that in ancient times, doctors often had their unique handwriting styles to prevent others from stealing their medical prescriptions. Thus, their handwriting was usually hard for common people to decipher. Even though there were computers and smartphones in the future, nothing could truly replace one's handwriting. Handwriting was the facade of a person. Her handwriting in the past was neither good nor bad, but legible enough. Of course, it wasn't pretty. If given the opportunity to write beautiful characters, she would be very, very willing. But she was just a 4-year-old, an undeveloped sprout. She couldn't even hold a pen properly. How could she possibly write any characters? However, Tang Jinyan was certainly pleased that his daughter could learn to write. There were no nurseries in the village, so all the children would run around playing with stones, bricks, and mud. The best they could hope for was coping Xinshin, very young, but able to act as a literate individual, even learning to write. Chunjong had once mentioned a long time ago that he believed Tang Yusin had the potential to be a great medical learner. She was focused, had a good memory, and most importantly, showed remarkable aptitude in medicine. Consequently, he wanted Tang Yusin to learn traditional Chinese medicine from him. As to how far she could get, no one knew, just like how nobody knew when his life would end. However, being able to pass down his medical skills, preventing his knowledge from being lost, was his greatest hope in life at this moment. Luck was on his side for having found a disciple like Tang Yusin. The first time she was able to identify the scent of the medicinal herbs marked the beginning. A year has passed since then, and even though he sometimes stuffed her with knowledge like force-feeding a duck, he had no choice. He worried about not being around when Tang Yusin grew up. What was the most tragic thing in life? The disciple was still too young when the master was about to die. However, the child lately seemed somewhat unruly. She needed a good disciplining. "Grandpa, I want that one." Tang Yusin pointed to the oldest few books inside. She had almost read all the older books there, and was missing these. Chunjong walked over, took the books down for the little girl. Not just one book, but 4 books. Then he placed them in front of Tang Yusin. "Look more at the drawings." Chunjong rubbed Tang Yusin's wee head. Why did this child seem to grow so slowly? She was still so petite. She couldn't even hold a few books. Tang Yusin turned a page, finding it filled with handwritten text. However, the characters were difficult to recognize. Even though she had been a university graduate in her previous life, she couldn't recognize a single one of these characters. Indeed, she couldn't recognize any of them. The font seemed to be a special one. She pushed the book forward. "Grandpa, it's not good-looking, it's all twisted." She tried to express herself in the simplest terms possible. "Of course, it's twisted." Chunjong grabbed a small braid in Tang Yusin's hair. "These are personally handwritten by your great-great-grandfather, and the handwriting is unique to our Chen family. If you don't learn our handwriting, you won't understand our prescriptions. So these twisted books are for you. You can read them when you grow up." Tang Yusin blinked, but she was secretly astonished inside. Giving her something so precious. But this was exactly what she wanted. She had been wondering how to preserve these books, and the more she could keep, the better. After all, these books were valuable, and it would be such a waste if they were lost. Chunjong's gaze towards these books was completely different from his gaze towards others, and even his movements were extremely careful. So, could she assume that these were, in fact, the most important books to Chunjong? Uncle Zhong, this is really too much, Tang Xingyan said when he came to pick up his daughter. Not only was he holding his daughter, but he was also taking several of Chunjong's books. But how could they take something that belonged to someone else? Chunjong was already helping them take care of their child every day, and he felt embarrassed enough about that. To take food and other things as well, he would have to be absolutely shameless. It's for my disciple. What's it to you? At Chunjong's retort, Tang Xingyan was left speechless. And with that word, disciple, Tang Yusin was officially given a status. From now on, coming here was nothing less than a rightful thing, and even if she ate her master's food, it would be totally justified. And taking things from her master was also okay. When Tang Yusin got home, she wrapped these books in plastic and put them under her little bed. It didn't matter that she couldn't understand a single character in them. It would have been a waste to look at them. Yusin, Yusin, someone was calling her name outside. She got down from her bed, put on her little shoes, and ran out. Standing at her door were two little girls about her age who played together when they were free. One of them was older, about 6 or 7, and the others were younger, around her age, probably 3 or 4 years old. The older one was named Zhang Shaya, a child from a neighboring family. She was indeed older, 8 years old. She hadn't started school yet because of her late birthday. The school wouldn't accept her until the next year. Therefore, she stayed here, helped her family with farming, and played with the younger children in her free time. Tang Yusin's attention landed on one of the girls. This girl was slim and dark-skinned, her nose running with snot that she immediately sucked back up with a sniffle. Tang Yusin couldn't remember who this girl was. She vaguely remembered such a figure from her memories, but as she rarely returned to the village past the age of 3 in her previous life, the memories were fuzzy. Since her rebirth, familiar faces were few and strangers were many. Sister Yaya, who is she? She ran over, grabbing onto the older girl's arm as if afraid that Zhang Shaya would be taken away, filling her with a sense of vigilance. That's Indi. She just came back from her hometown to live in the village. Indi. Tang Yusin couldn't remember who Indi was. There were many Indis in the village. By her name, it was clear that she was a product of family planning policies. But she did seem familiar. Tang Yusin supposed she had some connection to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have forgotten the others but remembered her. Zhang Shaya took the children to the riverside, dug up some mud, threw it onto the ground, and gave each child a piece. Zhang Shaya was undoubtedly the queen bee among them. Not only was she older and more sensible, they all admired her because of her age. Thus, these little ones looked up to Zhang Shaya. Of course, Zhang Shaya also gave Tang Yusin a lump of mud, saying that they should make a stove and a pot with it. Tang Yusin looked at her clean little hands and the clean clothes she put on just today. She wasn't one to play with mud. While other kids had their clothes washed by their mothers, hers were washed by her father. Her father was already very busy and tired, so sometimes her uncle would help wash her clothes. The men of the Tang family were homebodies, the quietly dependable sort that only those with discerning eyes would appreciate. Zhang Indi sniffled on her long, runny nose. Yusin, aren't you playing? No. Tang Yusin pinched her fair, tender small fingers. Dad changed me into new clothes today. I don't want them to get dirty. Then give yours to me. Zhang Indi, with her mud-covered hands, immediately reached out to grab the lump of mud Tang Yusin was holding as if someone would snatch it away. Tang Yusin furrowed her eyebrows slightly. How was this feeling so familiar? Zhang Indi, such a common name, yet what past incidents could she have possibly forgotten with this person in her memories? Indi, what's your last name? Tang Yusin knelt on the ground, poking her palm with her little finger, her face soft and adorable like a little Bowsy. The children in the rural areas matured early, running around freely like lambs ever since their childhood. All the children here were used to growing up in this way, so they did not mind getting a bit dirty. Yet Tang Yusin stood out. She was always clean, quiet, and therefore, the villagers always said that Tang Yusin was like a child from the city. Every time Tang Yusin heard this, she was somewhat helpless. The thought of a woman in her 30s playing with mud alongside the kids made her wish she could voice out her thoughts. Your Majesty, I simply cannot do this. Zhang Yindi lifted her face. It was skinny and tanned. She had small monolid eyes and 2 red cheeks, the typical physical characteristics of Northwestern people. My last name is Zhang too. My name is Zhang Yindi. Zhang Yindi. There was a sudden sour feeling in Tang Yusin's heart. It was her. She can't believe it was her. She looked so different as a child, but when she grew up, she transformed completely. Incredibly beautiful, elegant, and married to an enviable husband that every woman dreamed of. But at that time, she had no longer used the name Zhang Yindi. Instead, she had changed it to Zhang Xiaomei. No wonder Tang Yusin remembered the name but could not match it with the corresponding person. She had only met Zhang Xiaomei, who was Zhang Yindi in the past, once in the hospital. Back then, Zhang Xiaomei did not recognize her, while she managed to recognize Zhang Xiaomei. The latter had indeed changed a lot in appearance, but she was the golden phoenix who flew out of their village, and the man she married was Mr. Gu Ning. A gleam flashed across Tang Yusin's eyes. She really wanted to find a hint of the future Zhang Xiaomei in Zhang Yindi's current appearance. However, regretfully, she couldn't even find a hair that was similar, let alone the whole likeness. Zhang Yindi now had small eyes, a flat nose, and a square face. As a doctor, Tang Yusin knew too well that even with growth, a square face couldn't transform into a sharp, oval face. Thus, it only meant that Zhang Xiaomei's final appearance was not a result of maturing into beauty, but plastic surgery. However, why didn't she cherish what she had? Mr. Gu was a good man. If it was her, then, regardless of life or death, she would never leave him like that, heartlessly, and without uttering a word. For a man suffering from a severe illness, this could be more devastating than anything else. Her eyes gradually drained the little warmth that was left within them. Yindi lifted his dark face, his head tilted in confusion, his face all muddy. Black and skinny with unremarkable features, there was no trace of color detectable on his face. She involuntarily shuddered, and then dropped her gaze, running away from Tang Yusin like she had seen a ghost. Xin. Just then, Tang Jijun came to pick up his niece. Uncle. Tang Yusin ran over and hugged Tang Jijun's leg, lifting her little face. When did you come home, uncle? It's time for your dinner. Your dad made some rice today, he said. Let's go. We're headed home. Tang Jijun picked up his niece and headed home. The other children who had been playing in the mud gradually followed the adults and left, but Yindi continued to play with her mud toys until her mother came. Seeing that Yindi had transformed herself into a mud monkey, her mother immediately tugged her ear. Yindi was raised by her grandmother, as at that time birth control was heavily imposed, and households with 2 daughters were forced into sterilization. Despite this, their family had 2 money-lost daughters and desperately wanted a son, so they secretly sent Yindi away and hidden until Yindi's baby brother was born and they returned to the village. Even back in the village, they had to pay a fine of 500 yuan. This amount meant nothing in the future, as it could be spent in one visit to the supermarket. But this 500 yuan now, it was the livelihood of a whole family for several years. Yindi's mother disliked her a lot. In her heart, she always believed that the 500 yuan was not spent on her little son, but on Yindi. If Yindi hadn't cost them, they wouldn't have needed to hide, spending 500 yuan in the end. That's how it was in rural areas. The elder ones shifted their burdens onto younger ones, with one pitiful person stuck in the middle. Yindi was just that person who grew up like this, which resulted in her selfish nature. She could only take from others, but no one could ever owe her anything. When they got home, Tang Yusin wriggled out of Tang Jijun's arms and ran towards the outhouse. Xin slowed down. Tang Jijun reached out and caught the little braids on his niece's head. Uncle, I need to pee. Tang Yusin was red in the face, one because she was in a hurry, and another because she, a 30-year-old woman, had to discuss her toilet needs with a young man in his 20s, especially when the man was her uncle. Uncle will take you there. Tang Jinyan adored his little Yusin. Still, it caused him great discomfort. Little Xinshin, Uncle used to take you to the toilet and help you wipe your butt. Why don't you let Uncle help you now? As he spoke, a hint of grievance surfaced. Ah, kids grow up, they no longer depend on their uncles. But she's only 4 years old. Even 5 or 6-year-olds in other families still have their family members help wipe their butts. Some even wet their pants at 8 or 9. Can someone tell him why his little niece is so sensible that he ends up feeling useless? At this moment, Tang Yusin's face was flushed red. She hadn't come back home. How could a child understand that? Every time she thought about the fact that her uncle had wiped her bottom for her, she just wanted to find a wall and bang her head against it. Children might not understand shame, but she was an adult. Wasn't she aware of the concept of shame? Uncle, I need to pee. Tang Yusin tugged at her own hair and then ran in the direction of the restroom. She was almost fleeing. And Tang Yusin could still hear the sound of her shameless uncle laughing heartily. She really couldn't understand what was funny. What on earth was so amusing about the situation? Yes, that's right, you tell me. What on earth is so funny? What is the joke here? She truly didn't get it. Nowadays, village restrooms are all outdoor types. Adults and children use the same restroom. You don't even need to flush. Everything is as it is. When the septic tank is full, it can be used as fertilizer for the land. At the beginning, Tang Yusin couldn't get used to the restroom at home. After all, she had been using a flush toilet for so many years. Suddenly having to change, she really wanted to find a tree to solve the matter. In fact, she did sneakily find a tree once, but no one knew. The restroom at home does stink. However, as she kept using it, she slowly got used to it. She has been back home for over a year now. Whatever cannot be accustomed to, she has gotten used to. Just like going to the restroom, it's just like that now. After finishing her business, she tore some toilet paper from a brick, and with great effort, managed to wipe her bottom properly. Yet, it also left her drenched in sweat. She was still too small. Looking at her small hands, she clenched them into fists. She still couldn't do much, and had to obediently act as a baby. After she came out of the restroom, she ran to the basin and was about to wash her hands. Child, how come you are so clean? Tang Jijun pinched his little niece's cheek. Isn't this a bit too clean? You wash your hands dozens of times a day, little Xinshin. Aren't you afraid that you'll wash your own skin off? Tang Yusin turned her face away and ignored him. Outside, Tang Xinyin couldn't help but laugh out loud. What, did you upset her again? Tang Jijun scratched his head. I just wanted to help her wipe her butt, and she ran off. She's not even talking to me now. And Tang Xinyan was almost laughing his belly sore. Haven't I told you before, she's grown up now. She knows how to feel shy. Brother, how big could she possibly get? She's only 4 years old. What's the difference between 4 and 3? Just last year she was a completely dependent baby. Suddenly she's all grown up. Won't let people dress her. Won't let people wash her face. Even wiping her bottom, she can do on her own. Tang Jijun placed his hand on his daughter's small head and sighed gently. It might be because of her mother. Again with Sangjilan, Tang Jijun's face would flush red with rage whenever Sangjilan's name came up. Even if they're divorced, isn't the child still her own flesh and blood? Her job is so close to Tang village. How come she never comes to see her child? Tang Jinyan fell silent, just accompanying his daughter as they ate. Tang Yusin sat there obediently, spooning rice into her mouth one bite at a time, never spilling a grain. The meals at home were typically noodles or dumplings. Had she ever expressed a desire for anything else? Before she was 3, she could be quite picky and often asked for things from the local store. But after turning 3, it was as if she had grown up overnight, suddenly becoming so sensible. It seemed as if she knew the household was struggling financially, and she no longer even glanced at her once favorite store. Brother, I'm done eating. Tang Jijun put down his bowl and wiped his mouth. I'll head to the fields now, get the soil turned, and plant the crops as early as possible. All right, you go ahead. Tang Jinyan cleaned up the bowls on the table. Once the children were settled, he would join Jijun. The brothers had never divided their property, including the land, which was all shared. Apart from not having women in the house, they were no different from the other villagers. They were always busy in the fields, hardly having a single day for relaxation. And most people in the village lived just like this. After washing the bowls, Tang Jinyan took Tang Yusin to Chinzhong's place before heading to the fields. If the brothers started sowing their crops early, they could feel a bit more relaxed once the seeds were in the ground. Tang Yusin was used to being at Chinzhong's place. Unlike other children in the village, who played in the mud, she was clean like a pampered young lady from a wealthy family. Compared to the village children, she was immaculate. Therefore, Tang Yusin seemed like someone else's child. At least, in the eyes of the villagers, Tang Yusin didn't need her clothes washed daily, and Tang Xinyan never had to discipline her for being naughty. Tang Yusin's charm melted everyone's heart. She was currently learning to write from Sunzhong, starting with brushwork. Although she was small, her persistent efforts over several months were beginning to bear fruit. Half a year later, when she grew a bit older, Chinzhong started teaching her how to stitch. Initially, she practiced using a piece of cloth filled with cotton, poking the needle into it. Each time Tang Xinyan saw her doing this, he became anxious. He felt like taking her away right there and then. It was a needle. What if she accidentally pricked herself? He fretted about this for half a month, even developed blisters in his mouth from the anxiety. Eventually, he realized that Tang Yusin wasn't afraid of the needle and she was meticulous with her stitching, never once hurting herself. Don't be so melodramatic, Chinzhong dismissed Tang Jinyan's worries. Just because you're dim-witted doesn't mean everyone else is. That remark stung deeply. At first, Tang Yusin's needlework technique was gentle, and she applied little force. However, according to Sunzhong, learning to stitch should start from a young age. Practicing until the needle feels like part of your own body. So when the time comes to use it professionally, it will come naturally. He said he started learning needlework around Yusin's age. However, compared to him at that age, Yusin was much more focused. Practicing acupuncture is an extremely tedious process, but it is something that Tang Yusin can persist in. Therefore, he became even more convinced that he must train Tang Yusin. This way, he would have a successor and his Chun family's esteemed medical skills would not be lost. However, when it came to dullness, in Tang Yusin's view, nothing could be as monotonous as the 3 years of preparing for the college entrance examination. She often didn't sleep enough due to her rigorous study schedule, especially in her senior year. Despite her poor grades at the time, she studied day and night to get into university. She worked so hard that she never slept well and rarely slept for 8 hours. Usually, she would only sleep after midnight and wake up around 5 in the morning. Yet, her efforts were not in vain, as she successfully got into university that year with a better score than Wei Jiani. This effectively was a slap in the face for Sang Zilong and Wei Jiani. It was also her first time regaining some dignity after moving into the Wei family, especially because she was then able to leave and no longer had to be Wei Jiani's backdrop or the Wei family's maid. Compared to those 3 years in high school, what did she consider tedious now? A person's life is finite. Every second lost is gone forever, and there will be no next second. The lost moments will always be missed. She did not believe that just because she was reborn, she had the right to waste such a precious life. Regardless of whether she was 4 or 2 years old, she would make good use of every second. Every day she would come here to learn to write, and then sit on the ground practicing needlework with a cotton ball. Half a year later, her needlework material had changed from a cotton ball to a hard paper cotton board. The hardness increased considerably, making it much more difficult to perform her needlework. Ordinary 5-year-old children would find it almost impossible to penetrate the hard board, but thanks to her gradual progress, Tang Yusin surprisingly had quite a strong grip. After just half a month, she was able to insert the needle again. She's truly gifted. Chinzhong was greatly satisfied with Tang Yusin's progress, having devoted almost all of his time to nurturing his young disciple. If the ancestors of the Qin family knew that he had found such a good student, they would have been extremely pleased. There is a successor now, yes, there is a successor now, he mused. Tang Yusin, however, pouted. Was she truly gifted, or was she simply being coerced into it? After a while, sticking into the hard paper cotton board no longer fazed Tang Yusin, and Chinzhong made another one for her. He filled a small jar with roast rice bran, wrapping it with a piece of red silk cloth. The rice bran jar was very suitable for beginners to practice different acupuncture techniques because of the varying hardness of the rice bran inside. When encountering a place that was difficult to needle, you could practice reinserting the needle, making it perfect for those learning acupuncture. So, in the time that followed, Tang Yusin was often seen holding the little jar, incessantly needling into it. Yusin, let's go out and skip rope. Zhang Yindi, whose hair was carelessly combed, ran in. After living in the village for more than a year, she was carefree as long as she had enough to eat and drink. She had become familiar with the village children, playing here and there every day, mud-caking their clothes. Dragging her 3-year-old brother around, they would both get a scolding and then the day would be over. I'm not going, Tang Yusin said, clutching her jar of rice bran. Her wrists ached from the constant stirring, but she couldn't stop. She felt no need to jump rope, as she was already learning the 5 animal frolics with Chinzhong, which was plenty of exercise. Even without jumping rope, she wasn't going to get fat. Come on, come on. Zhang Yindi came running over and grabbed Tang Yusin's sleeve, leaving greasy handprints on it. Tang Yusin looked at the oily prints on her clothes and felt the urge to push Zhang Yindi to the ground and beat her up. Zhang Yindi hastily sheathed her talons and wiped her nose. What else could Tang Yusin say to that? Realizing her mistake, Zhang Yindi quickly ran off, quickly forgetting her misdeeds and finding other kids to play with. Tang Yusin set the jar of rice bran down and fetched a tub of water. She took off her dirty clothes to wash them. Thankfully, it was summer, and her clothes were made of lightweight fabric. When Tang Xinyan returned home, he found his daughter diligently washing her clothes, a look of seriousness on her young face. As a father, he was filled with mixed emotions, pride in his daughter's good behavior, but sadness at her premature maturity. What other child her age would wash her own clothes? She not only washed her own clothes but also those of her father and Jijun, and she did it as skillfully as an adult. Daddy. Tang Yusin rushed to greet Tang Xinyan as soon as she saw him. She threw her arms around his leg, dampening his trousers, which he didn't mind at all. He chuckled and pulled out a basket from behind him. Xin, look, Daddy did some carpentry work for someone today, and they gave me some meat as payment. Should I cook it for you? All right. Tang Yusin's eyes narrowed into half moons as she giggled. It wasn't often that rural families ate meat. Most could only enjoy it once a year during the New Year festival, and even then, it had to be carefully rationed and shared. But in their family, Tang Yusin was always the one who got to eat the meat. Tang Xinyan and Tang Jijun were content sipping mere meat soup. The tiny lump of meat wasn't much. Even after it was cooked, it only filled a small dish. Despite being plain, just the smell was enough to make anyone swallow involuntarily, especially those who hadn't had a whiff of meat in months. Even the most plain dish was a feast under such circumstances. Xin, come, eat the meat. Tang Xinyan cheerfully scooped all the meat into Tang Yusin's bowl as he encouraged her to grow taller. Without showing any reluctance, Tang Yusin picked up the meat and eagerly popped it into her mouth. Right now, she had only one goal: to grow up as quickly as possible. A 5-year-old child should just act like a 5-year-old and not be silly. By the way, Jijun said, stuffing his mouth with rice. Regardless of the taste, he gulped it down with gusto, making anyone watching him hungry. Tang Xinyan occasionally helped his daughter with her meal, but he ate very slowly. All his thoughts were centered on his daughter. He had no idea what he would have become if she weren't around. Brother, what should we plant? The field is ready, but it's getting colder outside. If we want to plant winter vegetables, we might need to buy a lot of plastic sheets. I don't think we have enough money left. Tang Xinyan furrowed his brow, deeply uncertain. Jijun, plastic sheeting isn't cheap. The money we've earned over the years may all go into that. What do we do about having no money for the new year? He reached out and patted his daughter's little head. No one can guarantee the winter vegetables. If it snows and collapses the greenhouse, we'll lose everything, not just our investment in the plastic sheeting, but the seedlings and our labor costs. Not to mention, we're afraid we'll lose all our capital. Bro, we can't just not plant anything, right? Tang Jijun laid down his bowl. Leaving the land empty isn't an option either. We should save some money. We still have a pile of debt at home. As Yusin grows older, she needs to attend school, which requires money for books, notebooks, and pens. Also, he touched his little niece's small face again. I want to send Xinshin to a good high school in the future. Good high schools are in the city, so we'll need to pay tuition, which is not a small amount. Thinking about these things, Tang Jinyan's heart ached. Yes, they still owed money to others. It was all the money Sang Zilon had asked for during her visits home. They had no money at that time, so he had to borrow for her. Adding up, they'd borrowed over 300 yuan. To pay it off, the two brothers would have to work for an extended time. Brother, why don't we grow coriander? Tang Yujun's eyes suddenly lit up. Coriander yielded a high crop, was frost-hardy and could survive even in very cold weather. I also thought about growing coriander, Tang Jinyan said. In his heart, he too had this idea. Let's plant a smaller amount, about 1/5 of the land. We'll leave the rest fallow for now. We only have enough plastic sheeting for this plot. Should we borrow some money? Tang Jijun thought about their financial situation. They hadn't made much money this year. After feeding themselves, there wasn't much left. If they had to pay off some of the debt, they would truly have to tighten their belts. If they didn't grow some vegetables to earn some money, they might not even be able to afford new clothes for Tang Yusin during the new year. Who do we borrow from? Tang Jinyan let out a sigh. Our lives aren't easy, but neither are others. Besides, we've already borrowed so much and haven't paid it back yet. How can we have the nerve to borrow again? There's a saying, lend to the needy, not to the poor. If they borrowed again, the Tang brothers' integrity might be at risk. Moreover, the situation in each family wasn't great, and they could barely make ends meet. With so many mouths to feed, no one could spare any money to lend. So, the idea of buying plastic sheets was shelved for now, and Tang Jinyan decided to use some leftover plastic sheets to plant a bit of coriander. As for the winter, they could only grow crops that withstand the cold. Tang Yusin quietly ate her food, but her mind was racing. She seemed preoccupied. Even when she was at Qinzhong's to practice writing, she was clearly distracted and kept getting sidetracked. With a pop, her small hand was slapped. It felt like the ruler used for punishment in ancient times. Getting hit on the palm really hurt. She quickly pulled back her hand and hid it behind her, probably now appearing red from the strike. She looked up, giving Qinzhong an innocent gaze. Isn't it quite normal for children to be lost in thought? It's pitiful to see a kid like her. She's so young, yet she's forced to cram knowledge into her mind every day, like a force-fed duckling. What's the matter with you today? Qinzhong tapped the table with the ruler in his hand. Not writing properly, not reading properly. Are you trying to annoy me to death? Grandpa, Tang Yusin suddenly put down her pen and hid her hands behind her back. Could Grandpa lend me some money? Borrow money? Qinzhong's face instantly sank. How could such a small child know about money? Kids her age should be carefree and only concerned with eating and playing, not knowing about money or that it can be used to buy things. Did an adult teach her about money? Qinzhong was wealthy. His entirely Tang village was backed by mountains. Besides, he didn't need to make a living from his medical practices. At the very least, he had no shortage of food. Even without money, the villagers had access to vegetables, meat, and eggs. Moreover, his patients were not only from Li Tang village, but also from nearby villages. He was one of the few good doctors in the area. His money came from selling the herbs he gathered. Even though he lived in the village, he traveled monthly to sell herbs. If he was lucky, he could find valuable herbs like ginseng and lingji. The prices for these were high, so regardless, Qinzhong did have money. Tang Yusin knew Qinzhong had misunderstood. She hastily reached out her tiny paw to tug at his clothing. Considering how honest and straightforward her father was, there was no way he would teach her to ask for money like this. "Grandpa, do you have money?" She blinked her watery eyes that looked like they could start watering any moment. "Second uncle and dad want to plant vegetables, but they don't have money for seeds. They said they can't plant vegetables then. If they had money for seeds, they could plant vegetables and use the money to buy Xinshin new clothes." Hearing this, Chinzhong's expression softened, much better than before. "They told you this?" Chinzhong squatted down to ask Tang Yusin. He knew children her age wouldn't lie. He was especially confident in Tang Yusin, who was too mature for her age and too understanding. He believed in his judgment and in his apprentice. "No." Tang Yusin shook her head. They were talking about it at dinner. "Grandpa," she tugged at Chinzhong's sleeve again. "Could you lend Xinshin the money? Xinshin will pay you back when she saves up her New Year's money." "With that little New Year's money of yours," Chinzhong patted Tang Yusin's head, "you only get a few bucks a year. How long is it going to take you to pay me back? Then Xinshin will go with Grandpa to pick herbs and sell them for money." She looked genuinely troubled. Given her small stature, if she had to go up the mountain to collect herbs, she would end up looking like a little coal ball. With her complexion, she would tan easily and then turn pale in winter. She's her dad's adorable little princess, his thermal jacket. If she tanned for a year and turned into a little charcoal, her dad might break down in tears. "All right, that's settled." Chinzhong stood up and went out. After a while, he came back with a roll of bills, inserted them into Tang Yusin's tiny pocket, and said, "Take this home to your dad. Remember our deal. When you're older, you'll go up the mountain with Grandpa to gather herbs and pay me back." All right. Tang Yusin was crying inside, but she had to put on an innocent facade. She didn't know if she had got herself into trouble with Chinzhong. At night, Tang Qinian came to pick up his daughter. As always, this honest rural man, full of thanks, broke into a grin at the sight of his daughter. He held her little hand, ready to take her home, amusing her with stories of the delicious food he'd cooked, which were just the usual dishes. But the little girl was always very accommodating, echoing her father's laughter with her eyes. Chinzhong had lived long enough to tell the real from the false, the sincere from the insincere. "This little girl is something else, huh?" He sighed, then walked over to the desk. On the semi-old desktop were some character writings that Tang Yusin had finished today. He picked them up and looked. These were practiced for almost half a year, and they looked quite decent. At night, Tang Jinyan held a small basin. Tang Yusin held a small basin. Both father and daughter soaked their feet in the basin. The water in the basin was a slightly light brown color. This was a foot-soaking medicine that Chinzhong had mixed. It was said that it could help them grow taller in the future. Tang Jinyan could no longer grow taller, but Tang Yusin was still young. Tang Yusin wasn't sure if it was effective, but every night after she soaked her feet, she would sleep really well. This was definitely true. "Dad, look." Tang Yusin fished around in her pocket for a while before pulling out a stack of big Unity banknotes. Tang Jinyan was taken aback. He quickly pulled his daughter in front of him, his face pale. Where did this money come from? His first thought was, did this child steal it somewhere? Seeing Tang Jinyan's expression, Tang Yusin immediately knew what he was thinking. Regardless of anything, she would never steal others' things. Not in her past life and not in this one. Although her life is difficult, she is a person who must uphold her morality. Even if she were to die, she would never betray this principle. "I borrowed it from Grandpa." Tang Yusin stuffed the stack of big Unity banknotes into Tang Jinyan's hand. "Dad, can we plant fragrant vegetables? Let's replace all our crops with those. In the future, Grandpa and I can go to the mountain to pick up medicinal herbs and repay Grandpa with the money." Tang Jinyan's palm was sweating. His hand holding the money was a little numb. He wiped his face, entrusted Tang Yusin to a neighboring caregiver for a while, and then went to Chinzhong's house. "Uncle Zhong, I apologize. Our child is still young and naive." Tang Jinyan hurriedly put the bundle of big Unity in front of Chinzhong. His face was scarlet with embarrassment. "It's hers once it's given." Chinzhong continued sorting his herbs, not even giving the bundle of cash a glance. "Uncle Zhong, Take this money, please. Tang Xinyan felt the money in his hand like hot potatoes. They couldn't take people's money, even if they were poor. It's a loan. Still focused on his herbs, Chen Zhong didn't turn his head. Uncle Zhong, we really don't need it. Tang Qinian felt the money burning a hole in his hand. No matter what, he couldn't accept it. Have you had enough? Chen Zhong turned around, his face visibly irritated. I didn't give it to you. It's for my little apprentice. When she gets older, she will go to the mountain with me to dig for medicinal herbs to sell. If you ask me to take it back now, you're deliberately trying to slap my face, aren't you? You want me to lose face in front of my little apprentice. No, Uncle Zhong. Not what I meant. Tang Xinyan hurriedly shook his hands and tried to explain, but he was tongue-tied and couldn't get the words out. This is your money. How could I take it? Chen Zhong really wanted to throw a handful of medicinal herbs in Tang Xinyan's face. How could someone be so thick? I've already said that I lent this money to Yusin. How she wants to use it is her business. Just as Tang Xinyan was about to speak again, Chen Zhong had already started to become impatient. He took up a broom and started hitting Tang Xinyan. Can't you see I'm busy? Have you no sense of propriety? You're so dim. How did you manage to have such a smart daughter? Go, quick. Don't disturb me while I'm drying herbs. Chen Zhong did not hold back when hitting Tang Xinyan with the broom, and Tang Xinyan was promptly driven out. With the 200 yuan in his hand, he was torn between staying or leaving. Upon his sullen return, he saw Tang Jijun playing with Tang Yusin and jump ropes. The two of them seemed to be having a great time. Bro, you're back. Tang Jijun handed the red rope to his niece and asked curiously, Bro, why did you leave Yusin alone at someone else's house? What if she got lost? Tang Xinyan reached out to hug his daughter and let her sit beside him. Look, he held out his hand. In it a stack of banknotes. Tang Jijun was taken aback. Where did all this money come from? He took the money, counting each bill. There were 20 bills, 200 yuan. Bro, where did this come from? The brothers knew how much money they had. They had just a few tens left. After buying plastic sheets, their rice jar would be empty. That's why they were hesitant to buy or not. But where did his brother borrow this money from? She borrowed it. Tang Xinyan pushed his daughter forward. From Uncle Zhong. I wanted to return it to Uncle Zhong, but he wouldn't take it. Instead, he chased me out. He said Xinshin can repay him with the herbs she digs from the mountain. Tang Yusin cocked her head, looking puzzled. Our Xinshin is so smart. Tang Jijun picked up his little niece and kissed her on her small cheeks. Bro, let's go buy those plastic sheets. Tang Jijun rubbed his hands, preparing for a big task. With this money, they could buy quite a bit of plastic sheeting and build at least 5 greenhouses. If they can sell the vegetables in 5 greenhouses before the new year, and the price is good, the brothers can turn their lives around, and life at home will be better. But Tang Xinyan was still hesitant. This was not a small sum. What if they suffered a loss? What if they lost all 200 yuan? Daddy, don't be scared. Tang Yusin stood up, threw away the red rope she had been playing with, then ran over to Tang Xinyan and hugged his leg. If Daddy's veggies don't sell, Xinshin will dig herbs to pay back Grandpa. Bro, Tang Jijun clenched his teeth. Let's take a gamble, who knows? We might succeed. Everybody's planting less this winter, not just in our village, but in other villages as well. Everyone's afraid it'll be as cold as last year. But I don't believe it. We've already had 2 cold years. It can't be that cold this year, right? Their land just lay vacant there. All they needed was to purchase some plastic sheeting to use. At most, they'd lose the money they spent on a few pieces of plastic. When next spring arrived, they could work a bit harder to earn back the money they'd lost. Well, Tang Xinyan was somewhat swayed by his younger brother's words. Other things aside, he needed to save some money to tidy up their house. Not to mention, he needed to save for his brother's future wife and his daughter's education. If they continued farming in their present way, when would they be able to save enough money? They probably would need many years to repay the money they owed. He placed his daughter on his lap. Xinshin, what vegetable do you think Daddy should grow? Tang Yusin showed a small smile. grow fragrant vegetables. All right. Tang Jinyan steeled himself even more. Wiping his face, he said, Ji Jun, let's eat first. Tomorrow, I'll leave Yusin with Uncle Zhong, then we'll head into town to buy some plastic film. Deal. Tang Jijun picked up his chopsticks, stuffing food in his mouth. His body radiated energy, knowing the family's turnaround depended on this. Finally, Tang Yusin also let out a sigh of relief. She picked up her little spoon, quietly eating her food. Luckily, she remembered some things. Throughout her previous life until her death, she had never forgotten how her mother had entrapped her and her father. Remembering to about 2 years after her arrival at the Wei family, not long after Wei Jianni's birthday. Wei Jianni was born in winter, around November of the lunar calendar. During that time, it was almost at the peak of winter. With only a month's difference between her and Wei Jianni's birthdays, Wei Jianni could celebrate hers, while she could not. From then on, she realized her status in this house was far lower than Wei Jianni's. She remembered it clearly. One night when she went to the toilet, her legs were trembling from the cold. She saw that the light in the living room was still on. Remembering Sang Zilon's words about turning off the lights or she'd beat her, she went to switch off the light and saw a pile of coriander in the living room. Sang Zilon and Wei Tian were busily bundling up the coriander. Both being from the countryside, wrapping up vegetables wasn't a difficult task for them. This is the only correct crop Tang Jinyan has planted. This coriander can be sold for more than a yuan per jin. His land has thousands of jin. Isn't that worth thousands of yuan? Exactly. Sang Zilon was very triumphant. I said Yusin was ill and needed to go to the hospital. Not only did he give me all his money, but I also got this coriander. Once we sell these veggies tomorrow, we'll have money in our hands. If he can bring us a few more tricycle loads, once we sell all of them and Jianni grows a little older next year, we can send her to the youth palace. That sounds great. Let's set this as our plan. We'll have Nini learn piano. My daughter must be well-rounded in the future. Wei Tian was thrilled as the two happily discussed their earnings without a hint of shame. It was that night when the not-yet 5-year-old Tang Yusin grew up for the first time. She learned that her mother had swindled her father's produce and used that money to enroll Wei Jianni in the youth palace. There, Wei Jianni learned to play the zither, while she did chores, washed clothes, swept, washed dishes, and cooked at home. Wei Tian had used that money to open a small convenience store, and life in the Wei family improved day by day. On the other hand, the honest and simple Tang Xinyan was all alone, without any siblings, children, or grandchildren, laboring day and night on his few acres of land. In that year, for some reason, coriander became very popular. Ultimately, it was sold for 1.5 yuan per pound. Even so, there were no unsold vegetables left. In the entire village, only Tang Xinyan planted a few pieces of land with coriander. The coriander that year was of very good quality. Everyone thought that it would be a cold year with snowfall, but oddly enough, it was a warm winter, and no snow fell at all. Unlike in later years, where off-season vegetables were everywhere and transportation was developed, vegetables from the south could be eaten in the north, and vegetables from the north could easily be transported to the south. Sometimes it only took a day or two to do so. At that time, a worker's monthly salary was about 40 yuan, but this coriander was sold for more than a yuan per pound, almost as expensive as gold. If they planted all the land with coriander this year, it was impossible not to make a good profit from the few acres they farmed. There were 3 people in their family. The distribution of land in the village was based on the number of people. The land was reallotted every 4 years. Since it hadn't been 4 years yet, Sang Zilon's share also had to be included in their family's land allocation. 2 acres per person, so their family had 8 acres. Even if they only planted 2 acres, they could sell it for at least 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. 3,000 to 4,000 yuan at that time could buy a house. She had good plans for this money. It would be of great use in the future. As she sat in Qinzhong's house, working on a small can, she seemed a bit absent-minded. Her father and uncle had been gone for so long. Why hadn't they returned yet? She was worried that something might have happened, so she was lost in thought. With a pat, her head was knocked. As a child, why do you worry so much? Why are your thoughts so heavy? Tang Yusin rubbed her head and then lowered it, continuing to work until familiar footsteps came from outside. Only then did Tang Yusin smile happily. Her father was back. Let's go. Xinshin, we're going home. Tang Jinyan was beaming with joy. It seemed that the plastic sheets had been bought. When they got home, there were rolls of plastic sheets on the tricycle in the courtyard. Once again, Tang Yusin marveled at how low the prices were at this time. 200 yuan, decades later, might be gone with a single trip to the supermarket, but here it could buy so many new plastic sheets. Tang Jinyan gave his daughter something to eat, then brought out the stove at home and began to cut the plastic sheets according to the size of the greenhouse. The shorter pieces needed to be joined, and the longer pieces could be cut. Joining them was easy. Put an iron on the stove and place an old newspaper on top. Using the warmth of the iron, they could melt 2 layers of plastic sheets together. The 2 brothers were full of enthusiasm, while Tang Yusin felt sleepy after a while. Being small in stature, she couldn't provide much help, so when she felt sleepy, she lay on her small bed and fell asleep. When they were almost done, Tang Qinian remembered his daughter. There was only her at home, and he didn't know if she had been running around. When they looked at the time, they were startled. It was already about 4 in the morning. I'll go check on Xinshin, said Tang Jinyan promptly, setting down the iron he was holding, and went inside the house to check on his daughter. To his delight, he found Tang Yusin sound asleep, with her shoes and socks off, and her blanket neatly spread over her without any sign of disturbance. As he moved closer, he adjusted the cover for her. He initially felt drowsy, but now he was wide awake. Bro, let's not sleep tonight. Tang Jijun didn't feel sleepy either. He suggested getting the greenhouse setup done and the seedlings planted, after which they could rest. This was the best time to do so because waiting a few days longer could delay their plans. Throughout the night, the 2 brothers worked tirelessly on the greenhouse. By the time Tang Yusin woke up, they were still busy outside. She picked up her clothes, dressed herself carefully, sneaked out of bed, and put on her little shoes. Then she ran outside. Outside, brothers Tang Xinyan and Tang Jijun had been working all night, yet they showed no signs of tiredness. Shrouded under the night's darkness, they were about to finish, after which they could complete the greenhouse and start planting seeds. Xinshin, come here and warm yourself by the fire. As soon as Tang Xinyan saw Tang Yusin had woken up, he motioned her to sit near the stove where it was cozy. Meanwhile, another stove was preparing a pot of porridge, the soothing sound of which echoed in the background. Tang Yusin quickly sat herself between the 2 stoves, the heat making her small face glow with a rosy tint. Tang Jijun gently pinched Tang Yusin's face. Look at our Xinshin's sweet face. She's growing up so beautifully. Wait till we've earned enough money. Uncle will send you to Youth Palace to learn piano. Our Xinshin will be just like a refined lady, already good at calligraphy. If she learns piano too, she would be proficient in all, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. And on top of that, she is intrigued by medicine. Any man who marries Xinshin will be truly blessed. This trait required careful nurturing. The 2 brothers, Tang Jijun and Tang Jinyan, hastily ate a few bites before heading out to set up the greenhouse. The later it got, the more trouble it would cause. Especially since the weather seemed to be worsening, rain might hinder them. After dropping off his daughter at Xinzhong's, the 2 brothers headed out to the fields. At lunchtime, Tang Yusin struggled to eat the bun in her hand. What's wrong? Chun Zhong asked as he took a bite of his own bun. Villagers in the countryside usually ate steamed buns. They were white, substantial, and satisfying. Chun Zhong led a fairly comfortable life, always having white flour to make buns, something even considered a luxury amongst villagers. Similarly, Tang Yusin had been enjoying white flour buns since her childhood. Her father, Tang Xinyan, had never compromised on her meals. However, today the child was eating very slowly. Was it the result of the buns being not so delicious? But that couldn't be. They were the same as yesterday's, soft and of white flour. Daddy and Uncle didn't have their meal, Tang Yusin said, putting down the bun she no longer wanted to eat. She knew that today, Because of needing to fix the greenhouse, her father and uncle were rushing. Hence, they wouldn't be preparing lunch. Otherwise, by now, Tang Jinyan would have come to pick her up for the meal. Although her family had limited means, Tang Jinyan was an honest man and did not take advantage of others. Qinqin rarely had her meals at Qinzhong's. If he hadn't come to pick her up, that meant they probably had been up all night and hadn't eaten today either. All right. Qinzhong gently patted Tang Yusin's little head, then took a small basket and placed 4 white buns and a plate of pickles inside. He put the basket in front of Tang Yusin. Take it to your dad and second uncle. Tell them it's a loan from me. Thank you, Grandpa. Tang Yusin hopped off the stool and picked up the basket. It wasn't too heavy for her to manage. Holding the basket, she walked toward her family fields. Children around 4 or 5 years old were a common sight in the village. Unlike later years where children were strictly supervised for fear of cars and bad people, they now ran freely around the village. Here everyone was familiar and cars were mostly tricycles. Bicycles were in minority, let alone private cars, hence why children were allowed to run freely and adults didn't worry too much. Tang Yusin headed to her family's field. It wasn't far. For an adult, it would take about 5 minutes, but for a child, it might take up to 10. At that moment, the 2 brothers Tang Xinyan and Tang Jijun were already working on the second of their 5 sheds. They were planning to skip lunch that day. The sooner they finished their work, the sooner they could start planting. Dad! Tang Yusin stood at the edge of the field and called out to Tang Xinyan. Tang Xinyan turned around suddenly and seeing his daughter, he felt a leap of surprise. He quickly halted his work and ran over, squatting down in front of her. Qinqin, what are you doing here? Wasn't she supposed to be at Qinzhong's house? How had she ended up at the field? Tang Yusin put the basket she was carrying in front of Tang Jinyan. Grandpa lent it to us. Tang Jinyan didn't know what was in the basket. He lifted it and uncovered it, finding 4 white buns and a small dish of pickles inside. His expression turned complex, his eyes heated with gratitude. He didn't consider himself unfortunate. His wife having run away with someone wasn't a big deal. He still had his daughter, and she was his entire world. He asked Tang Yusin to grab the corner of his clothes as they both went to sit inside the tiny room in the field. This used to be where Tang Jijun lived. It was common for people in the village to build small houses in their fields. It provided a place to watch over the crops and to live. For a few years, Tang Jijun lived here, leaving the house for his elder brother and sister-in-law. It was only after Sang Zilan left that he moved back home, leaving this place vacant. However, during busy farming periods, they still sometimes lived there. Jijun, come to eat. Tang Jinyan washed his hands in a nearby water basin and called Tang Jijun over for lunch. As soon as Tang Jijun arrived, he spotted the 4 white buns. Bro, where did these come from? He wiped his hands on his clothes and, being famished, immediately picked one up to eat, without washing his hands. This was typical behavior for villagers. He'd never heard of anyone dying from it. Uncle Zhang lent us. Qinqin brought them over. Tang Xinyan also picked one up, stuffed some pickles inside, and started eating. Thankfully, they had brought a thermos of hot water. With 2 buns each and some water, their meals for the day were sorted. Tang Yusin sat obediently to one side. Her small face was flushed pink from the cold wind, but it was still baby-soft and extremely adorable. She always took good care of her face, so it didn't get the severe redness often seen on the northwestern plateau. The redness was normal and would fade once she got back home and warmed up. Be careful. Don't wander around aimlessly. Tang Xinyan patted his daughter's head and instructed her. He wasn't afraid that his daughter would get lost, but rather worried that she would get captivated by something new and refuse to leave. Tang Yusin nodded fervently. She responded affirmatively to whatever Tang Jinyan said. She yearned to grow up quickly in her heart. After all, an adult's heart resided within a child's body. She was tired of acting cute and childish, and it made her want to cry. Later, after Tang Yusin had finished exploring and the Tang brothers had finished eating, they gained new energy. Without hesitation, They quickly built the remaining 3 greenhouses. Fearing the arrival of snow later in the year, they reinforced the greenhouses with wire ropes to increase their load-bearing capacity. Even if it snowed, it would not be a big deal. As long as they worked hard to clear the snow, the greenhouses would continue to stand firm. The brothers were diligent and not lazy, and would not allow idleness to ruin the newly constructed greenhouses. By the time it was getting dark, the 3 greenhouses were finally completed, very sturdy. Both ends were covered thickly with soil, and everything was well packed. Tomorrow, they could start planting the seeds, and they wouldn't need to worry about the rain, as they would be safe inside the greenhouses. After several days of hard work, they managed to plant all the coriander seeds. In total, they built 5 new greenhouses. Coupled with the 3 existing ones, the Tang family now had 8 greenhouses filled with coriander. Upon seeing the new greenhouses in the Tang family compound, the villagers were skeptical. They questioned the profitability of the coriander and whether it could cover the cost of the greenhouse materials. Not to mention, if there was a heavy month-long snowfall like in previous years, it would be a tedious task to continually clear the snow from the greenhouses. The villagers still largely relied on Mother Nature for their livelihood, despite the advent of the 1980s. Regardless of the villagers' skepticism, concern, or silent ridicule, waiting to see the Tang brothers lose their investment, the coriander in the Tang family's 8 greenhouses germinated, and the seedlings grew healthily. The lush green growth added vibrancy to the bleak autumn season. Despite this, winter was approaching. In the north, people burned fireplaces in the winter. Regardless of how cold it was outside, having a fireplace at home ensured a warm winter. Especially when getting into bed, warming your hands by the fireplace provided exceptional comfort. Tang Xinyan checked on the crops every day. The coriander had always had a high germination rate. With the stable weather, the coriander grew rapidly, and within a month, robust seedlings had sprouted. These seedlings were growing strong. The brothers left the house before dawn and only returned late in the evening, solely dedicated to tending the seedlings. With the increased germination, they had to thin out the seedlings to prevent the coriander from growing too thin. If they were too sparse, the yield would be low.